Hello, everybody, and welcome back to more Ace Attorney Apollo Justice Trilogy. Last time we left off, that was the most amazing case I've played in a long time. We beat the Turnabout Academy. We proved that Professor Means was the killer. And we brought him to justice, proving the friendship of our three friends, as well as Athena Sykes and everybody involved.
Power of friendship, go Burr.
Yep, power of friendship, go Burr. Hi again there, Doom. Let me see. Make sure that you're not muted. Yep, you're not muted. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, the reason I'm muted is because I'm currently staying outside feeding the chicken some food, and when I'm going back inside, I'll TV on my grandpa. So,
all right. Well, this time we're gonna start the fourth case in this game, the Cosmic Turnabout, which, from what I understand, is just us going to a space station. Not like one in space, but one on the ground, like a rocket site. Check the description for more details, but I know basically nothing about this case. Let's get started. By the way, I apologize. I have some lunch here if you hear that. Courtroom bombing incident, a terrible attack launched by the will of a madman. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of the law. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. Ted to Nate was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. If only it were that simple. Somehow I can't help but think that there's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting, watching. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, we got more than a few personal stakes in it.
Don't forget to stream in VC.
Remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
Check complete. Everything's A-okay. We're ready here whenever you are.
Come in at 2. Come in. Do you copy?
Well, that's not good. Something just exploded in the space station. The rocket blew up. December 16th, 9:12 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 5. Time for another trial to begin. But this one is different. Sorry to bother you, but... Hi, Junie. Are you all right, Apollo? Was I making a scary face just now? Oh, hi, Juniper. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my course of steel exercises. Now I'm all ready to go. Yes. Knowing you, I'm sure you will be just fine. Oh, I brought you a present from my garden. Is this a lotus root? That's right. My grandmother says that lotus roots are good for your eyes. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it and... Thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now. Oh my. Kind of tough though. Yeah, you can't eat it raw, but thank you for the enthusiastic try. Oops, if she didn't think me weird before, she will now. I gotta calm down. Apollo, sorry I'm late. Hi, Athena.
Junie, I didn't know you were coming today. Did you come to cheer on Apollo? Oh, I get it. You sly little thing, you.
Athena, stop. Quit kidding around, Athena. The trial's about to start any second. Is everything set?
Oh, Apollo. But will you ever figure it out?
Figure out what? Wow. That was the longest sigh I've ever heard. This is it. It's all over for me, man. They're gonna find me guilty. This is our client. One Mr. Solomon Sol Starbuck. He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. You wouldn't know it right now, but he's usually very upbeat and driven person. The scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. Back in my high school, my best friend and I went there almost a little too much. So it's a twin launch site? That's weird. And that's where we met Mr. Starbuck. We'd ask about the space travel, and he'd launch into story after story with so much passion. Back in those days, that man was a 100% my hero. Rockets and dinosaurs, you never outgrow them. You okay? You're sure? Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo? Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I know you're not the type to commit murder. Yep, making sure I'm streaming, making sure everything's going okay. Alright. Thanks, man, but... I was supposed to be in space right about now.
Is this name just supposed to be he's named after a fucking coffee shop?
No, actually, he's an astronaut.
I know, but even if I wouldn't just be Starbucks, instead just makes me think
his last name is Starbuck. His first name is Solomon Sol Starbuck. Hold on, you know what? Let me do a little research real fast. Sorry, everybody. Let's see. Starbucks opening year. Wow, that is way older than I thought.
How old is it?
Starbucks was made in 1971.
Oh, they could. Wait, hold on. That could. Wait, that's not running off the possibility of what I said there then.
Anyways, the big boom started happening in the 2000s era. It went from 1,000 to 13,000 stores. So I'm gonna say that the time Starbucks became mainstream is about 2005. Apollo Justice.
Dual
Destinies. Release date is July 25th, 2013. So it's possible, but you gotta remember this game was made in Japan. It might just be a reference to just space. Anyways. The defendant to this case, he was a HAT 2 crew member and a mentor to the victim. Clay Terran is the victim. He's a close friend of Apollo's. Okay. Junipers are... Yep, okay. Alright, okay. And... cause of death was stabbing. The victim was discovered in the third floor boarding lounge in the main building. So, from what I gather, they were supposed to be going into space, and then the rocket suddenly exploded. and then for some reason, Clay was stabbed? Let's keep watching. He's so depressed it almost seems like an act. The launch getting called off must have been a huge shock. I'll probably never get a chance to go into space again, man. Don't say that! Don't stop believing! Besides, you just have to go into space again. Yeah, I don't think I can face Clay in the afterlife if I just rolled away in the cell.
Clay Terran. I can't believe he was murdered. I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command.
Yeah, man, he was a good guy. Anyway, always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy, telling me you're fine, Mr. Starbuck. How could something like this happen, man? To a guy like him, too, huh? I've never seen Mr. Starbuck so down before. Clay's gone and I'm going to prison. I wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now. Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine. What is it? What's with the yelling? I'll get to the bottom of this today, you'll see. And in exchange, I want you to go back to space for you and Clay. Promise? That mean you'll have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? Oh, well, about that. We didn't get to investigate the area as much as I would have liked thanks to the police. I'm done for, man. I'm a goner. Everybody thinks I did it. Thought I was gonna soar like a comet. I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite, man. No, don't say that, Starbuck.
Don't count yourself out yet.
I know it's hard for you to lose a teammate, but you've got to keep going.
What about you, Apollo?
What about me?
I was just thinking, wasn't he your best friend?
We need to focus on the trial right now. Are you all ready to go?
Apollo?
The trial is about to begin. If the defense would please proceed to the courtroom.
Okay, here we go.
This is it.
She can wait until the third game they add another layer to his backstory.
Apparently they're going to be changing Apollo's backstory every single game, so right now, I'm just focused on this, because guess what? We are in a lot of trouble. Even before we step in the courtroom, the only evidence we've got is the autopsy report. We've got nothing else. No fingerprints, no evidence, nothing. All we've got is the autopsy report and a photograph. Meanwhile, as I'm sure Mr. fucking Blackwell's gonna be there, he's probably had free reign of the place. Able to search everywhere to his heart's content. We're already up a creek. Except this time we don't have a paddle. You know what we've got? We've got a fucking wooden spoon. That's all we've got right now. For Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer. December 16th, 9:55 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Okay, so this is before the bombing. Court is now in session. All rise for this very quick trial. For the trial of Solomon Starbuck. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The hell happened to your eye? We haven't... Huh? Excuse me, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. What happened to your eye? I'm fine. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Are you sure? I don't... I'm fine, Your Honor. The defense is ready.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. He keeps insisting it's just a sty.
I suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entertaining a touchy age. Was he in the explosion? Was he in the explosion that brought down the rockets? Apollo, you shouldn't even be standing.
Yeah, I guess he took up another thing on Mr. Right, his durability.
Damn right. Well, it depends on how far away he was from the epicenter of the explosion. Because I don't think he was inside the rocket site, like the actual launch area. Certainly he was inside the building, but inside the rocket launch station? Nuh-uh. Nothing goes in there when things are about to go. Because if you don't know...
Well, not even the fucking... what's the name again for the journalists? Ow.
Yeah, no, they are not allowed in there. You gotta remember, rockets are incredibly powerful. There's a reason that they have a safe spot set up for people to watch it from several miles away. That's how powerful the thrust is.
I mean, those are those things that like more than 1 billion horsepower. That makes me joke with that, but...
You gotta remember, Earth's gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared, which means every single second that happens when something is falling to the ground, it's falling at an increasing rate of 9.8 meters a second squared. Every second adding on to its previous acceleration. Until it reaches terminal velocity, it's going to keep getting faster and faster because gravity is going to keep pulling harder and harder. There is a reason escape velocity is so high.
What exactly is terminal velocity again? I forgot.
Hold on. Terminal velocity depends on the object that's falling. For a human, I believe it's about 120 miles per hour. For a space shuttle, the launch, the force that a space shuttle needs at launch is 37 million horsepower from all three engines combined. 37 million.
37 million.
Yes. And here's the thing. It needs to keep up that velocity for at least half a minute in order to reach the atmosphere, the exosphere. Then it can start slowing down because gravity starts losing its grip. But that's how much power you need to escape the Earth's gravity. So there's a reason people aren't allowed near the rocket. Because if that thing goes, boom.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and you've also got to remember, rocket thrust isn't just a perfectly straight thing going straight down. Once it hits the ground, it goes everywhere. And it can and will kill you. We learned this the hard way. Now then, back to the trial before I go on a big tangent, because I'm sorry, but it's rockets! Rockets and dinosaurs, you just never outgrow them. Very well. And the prosecution...
We'll always talk about.
The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence!
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. This is a surprise. Ah! He's already broken the cuffs! Already? You're supposed to wait until the trial starts! The prosecution is now ready. Well, it didn't take him long this time. What's up with Blackwell? Now then, I shall give the opening statement.
Silence!
Silence.
I'll do it. What the hell's going on with him? I'm scared now. You will. What an unexpected surprise. This time, I can't leave it to anybody else. I see. Something is off with the two of you today. You both seem different somehow. Very well. Prosecutor Blackwell, Your opening statement, if you would. It was just yesterday. The crimes in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. Ah, that famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right? This is fascinating, the design of this place. 2 launch sites. I mean, technically, I guess this could be a thing. It looks more for show than for actual function, but... I'm sure they had to replace those windows every single time the rocket launches. I'm sure of that. Ain't no window ever made.
Don't you see the... this?
What?
Look at the back of the building.
I can't look at the back of the building.
Well, not the back of the building, but what's behind the building.
Oh, the
See those
runway?
train track?
Yeah, those are train tracks. You know why?
Yeah, guess what might move on that?
I don't know. A train car? I don't. If you're trying to drop hints already, please stop.
No, I'm not. I'm just going with your logic with the window pits and trying to derail it or deprove it.
Listen. Those windows are gonna break. There ain't no window there's no glass or plastic or what have you in the world strong enough. Unless they make that out of the same stuff they make out of the glass on the space shuttle, even then, it's not gonna be strong enough. You know why?
Nope. Go ahead.
Because the glass on the space shuttle is only focusing on defending from forces coming down on it. It's not focusing on forces coming from the rocket engine itself. This is way stronger. Plus, it's also heated. On top of all sorts of other things. So, every time one of these launch, these are gonna break. They're gonna crack at the very least.
My theory is that the rocket moves on the back there through those train tracks to somewhere else.
Nah, it wouldn't make sense.
I mean,
these are legitimate launch stations. These are launch stations. Anyways, astronomy. It's astronomy. Anyways, a rocket was set to launch from here. But at 9:28 a.m., before they could even move the rocket to the launch site. Okay, you're right, Doom. Either way, kaboom! 2 explosive devices were detonated, and the launch was cancelled.
Sorry.
Were detonated, and the launch was cancelled. My word! 2 bombs? How dreadful! The defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and with murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever inane reason he detonated a bomb on the rocket, he himself would be in. Doom knows a lot more about this case, so I'm just gonna say he should be careful.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to make people.
Solomon Starbuck. I recognize that name. Isn't he a famous astronaut? Correct your baldness. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the Hat 1's rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, his mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend. Oh, I remember now. He's becoming something of an international celebrity, right? They even turned that incident into a movie and everything. Is this Apollo 11? We've got a real space pioneer in court today. That even heroes tumble from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand. Ah, yes. The victim was one Mr. Clay Terran, a subordinate of the defendant. Indeed, a loyal disciple, brutally stabbed to death by his mentor. Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death was not a result of the bombing? Correct. Despite his lofty dream, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant. And so he was sent not into space, but to the universe, which mortals cannot see. Clay. I think I've heard enough. The case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. However, there is one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand. What purpose does it serve exactly? Since you ask so nicely. It's your coffin. Ah! Have mercy on me! I jest. It's evidence. Due to its immense size, we've little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time. Ugh. I feel like I just lost 50 years of my life.
Does he even have 50 years left?
Shut up, Athena! Inner monologue, Athena! Inner monologue! Enough jabbering. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. Ah, Detective Fulbright. Very well then. Please explain the details of this incident to the court, if you would. On it, first, take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Center. In it, you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. Ah, here we are. For a more detailed look at what's on the left side of this building, yeah, see, they're launch pads. I'm right. One part is a launch pad, the other's a museum.
Yes, but be then though.
For a more detailed look at what's on the left side of this building. Take a look at this cross-section that we police have created. See the launch pad in the main building? The launch pad is a square building, and the rounded structure is the main building, right? You got it. By the way, excellent impression of me. Who was that? Who was it? That was the judge. The judge is good at impressions. Oh my. Yes, I dabble. Not another one. Don't worry, I won't pull that on you. I know better. The incidents took place in the launch pad 1 and the main building's lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony. It'll make it easier to understand.
Well, at least we've now got more evidence.
All right, give us your testimony, Fulbright. Just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom, boom. One on the second floor of the Space Center's main building, and one in the launch pad. Thankfully, the only 2 astronauts were launch pad 1 at the time. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. But after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. A murder on top of a bombing. Detective, the victim was already dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct? Yep. Thinking he'd sabotaged the bombing, the defendant killed him right there in the rocket. Just look at this tragic photo. Oh my. Is that a knife in the victim's chest? Yes, Your Honor. It's a knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. We couldn't get any prints off of it, though, because the defendant was in his spacesuit. By the way, Detective Fulbright, why are the victim's helmet and right glove absent in this photograph? We had to remove them to identify him, Your Honor. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. Yes. It would be very difficult to identify him without a face or fingerprints. Now, there's just one more thing I'd like to inquire about. What is this round thing next to the victim in the photo? Something so important to the victim, he took it with him as he escaped the launch pad. A capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples. While obviously valuable for research purposes, it has no relation to the case. I see.
So, we know that the bomb in the main building was on the 2nd floor. But where was the bomb that was in the launch pad 1 located?
Ha! That one was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the central part of the rocket. Apparently, the area around the launch pad elevator was a sea of flames. I'd like to submit the diagram report into the record.
Trial's just started and we're already in a bind. Get used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination is for, right? What the 2 astronauts were doing during the bombing. That'll be the key.
Okay, let's get started.
So the elevator was a sea of flames, he says. So what I'm thinking is, if it's a sea of flames here, how do they get back to the launch? You know what? It doesn't matter. I want to press.
Hold it!
How powerful were the explosions?
Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down. But the room it went off in was burned black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation.
Wait. What were you doing in there in the first place, Detective Fulbright?
Ha ha ha! I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there whenever and wherever people need my help. I go to the other side of the world or even the edge of the universe.
I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is, but I guess I'll leave that one alone. Admirable decision, Justice.
Huh? What do you decide?
Anyway, could you describe what it was like at the Space Center at the time?
The bomb cut the power to the central bank, the elevators, and in the third floor lounge. It was pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running on emergency backup.
How did the evacuation go?
I immediately and heroically whisked people down to the Space Center's basement shelter. The basement shelter? Yes, there's an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center.
Emergency shelter, huh? Oh, here it is. It's at the bottom of the diagram. It's a bomb shelter, basically. The Space Center is pretty impressive to have its own shelter. Police officers and riot police who had been standing by gave the evacuation instructions. Power outage and evacuation seem unrelated to the murder at this point. I guess I'll leave that aside for right now. So there were 2 explosions in total, correct?
Yep, that's right. One on the second floor of the Space Center's main building, and one in the launch pad 1.
Hold it! Let me get this straight. Mr. Starbuck rigged a rocket he was going to board with explosives?
Huh? What are you talking about?
If the defendant really did plant the bomb in his own rocket, he'd get caught in the explosion as well.
Oh, I hadn't thought about that.
Fine. A simpleton for a simpleton. Fulbright, the motive.
Understood. The defendant actually had astrophobia.
Astrophobia? The fear of space?
A fear of space, naturally. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. And so, in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute.
That's absurd.
Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these.
What are they?
These anti-anxiety tablets were found among the defendant's possessions. Apparently, he was taking them in secret to quell his fears.
There were a multitude of problems with the rocket Mr. Starbuck rode 7 years ago. Rumor has it, it threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck.
Objection!
Then why didn't he just quit? That doesn't mean he'd go so far as to blow up his own rocket.
Silence!
The defendant couldn't bear to mar his good name, now could he? No, not after the media had branded him Soul Starbuck, space pioneer extraordinaire. Given these conditions, the defendant could hardly run away like some base mutt. What, so that's why you think he resorted to the bombing? Naturally. He constructed this act of sabotage in an attempt to blow up the Space Center, which would effectively abort the launch, but spare his reputation.
Now, I'm sure you understand why we had to bring justice down on this atrocious criminal. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in the launch pad at the time.
Hold it!
Are you sure it was only the 2 of them?
It was just before the spaceship was set to launch, so of course it was only those 2.
There could have been somebody else inside the rocket.
Silence!
The notion of a third party in Launch Pad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so.
A fingerprint recognition device! Sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center. Actually, it's not as amazing as you think, Your Honor. Take a look at this photo. This is the door in the lounge with the fingerprint lock. Only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through. I see. That's very different from what I had in mind.
Wait, time out! How'd they open that door? They had gloves on, in their spacesuits.
And is there a record of the number of people that passed through the door yesterday? Yes, there were only 3. The defendant, the victim, and the director of the Space Center, Yuri Cosmos.
Doesn't that mean it's possible that the director is the one who did it? Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Couldn't they have taken it off though then? Before they boarded it? Like take off the gloves?
Doing his job, directing the launch. Besides having an alibi, he has no motive for committing these senseless acts. He has a point. I guess the director can't be considered a suspect then.
Hold it!
So while it would appear that the pair barely escaped with their lives, in actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket. That's the angle the prosecution wants to push, correct?
You got it! In fact, that's what I've been trying to say this whole time. If the victim had been alive, he would have for sure tried to stop the bombing.
Is there any chance Mr. Turan could have been killed before he boarded the rocket?
They were both alive and well at boarding time, and embarked under their own power. Their hearts were full of hopes and dreams of space.
And both of their hopes and dreams were dashed.
If I might continue my explanation, after the evacuation order was given, the defendant made his escape, carrying the victim to make it look like it was a rescue. But after the escape, one of the 2 of them was found stabbed to death.
Who was the first to find the victim?
Actually, there were 2 of them.
Space Center Director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm.
One of them was a detective. Yup, Detective Arm specializes in bombings, you see. She and the director were ordering the evacuation following the explosion. They were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding lounge. That's when they discovered the victim along with the defendant.
2 witnesses, huh? One of them is a detective. I thought either one would have anything to say that would help me.
I think that pretty much covers the details of the case. Only the victim and the defendant were on the launch pad when the former was killed. If this is the truth, then only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out this crime.
What little I could get out of him only hurt my case. Justice. Foolish is the warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Operations are an essential element of battle, so I advise you take a gander at this. What is it? Footage from a security camera as the 2 astronauts emerge from the bowels of the launch pad one corridor. The boarding lounge security camera captured their desperate escape. Now, I would direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering. What you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim. What? We need to prove that he's alive at this point. That's our only way out.
Order! Order, I say! This lines up exactly with what the prosecution has been asserting.
I should have known Blackville would have something like this ready. Apollo? How exactly did they determine that Clay was already gone in that footage? Ah, I see what you mean. Whether Clay was still alive at that point is pretty crucial. Your Honor, please take another look at the footage. Isn't it possible that Mr. Terran was still alive here and that Mr. Starbuck was helping him?
Why, I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence!
Perhaps that's what it looks like to a one-eyed hothead and a daughter. But it only makes sense if it's the victim's dead body. What do you mean? Fooled right. Explain it to the justice donor.
You got it! Ready, kid? If the murder had occurred in the lounge, someone could have spotted it. Anyone can enter the lounge, after all. But doing it while they were alone in the spaceship? That's a horse of a different color.
Objection!
But you can't deny that there's a possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. All that video shows is the man helping his fellow astronaut out.
Silence!
Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based on your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help his own disciple. But you have no logical explanation as to why the victim could still be alive. Unfortunately, Mr. Justice, the prosecution is right. Your argument is lacking in sound logic. It sounded perfectly logical to me. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close. Objections? Well,
Hold it!
Your Honor, the defense requests a little time to think and regroup.
Given the facts, I'm not so sure I see the need.
What is it, Athena? It's just, there's something that's been bothering me.
If it isn't the defense stalling for time as always. Very well. I'm feeling generous. You may have a small measure of time.
Yes!
You have 5 seconds.
5 seconds?
After that, I declare this cross-examination to be closed and a verdict to be rendered. Okay.
They both have their gloves on. It's impossible they opened the door.
Yeah. Also, when you look at the bunny that's being hurdled, can you take a look at Clay's picture? When he had these being stabbed.
My guy, stop dropping hints.
No, I'm not trying to give you fucking hints. Fucking hell.
And I'm muting that. No, I've already muted you. It's fine. Now, let's see. What am I supposed to be seeing here? What is Doom trying to tell me? The only thing of note that I see from this picture, aside from the fact that they both have gloves on, and this thing's out of power, is that numbered thing on the side. Like this 50 on the side is the only thing that sticks out to me. That and this blue thing. But I'm sure he's got one too. I don't know. I have no idea. Don't ask me. If only his head wasn't wasn't sagging down. Just even a little bit. Or I could just... Either way. Either way.
Your baldness. Raise your gavel high. It is time for a countdown. Oh! Oh! Ready?
We don't have time! Spit it out, Athena!
Only 3 more seconds.
Look! I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete. Meaning? Meaning there's something missing. Like they conveniently left it unexplained.
Something they didn't explain? Something that they didn't explain. Ah! You're right! I think I know what you're talking about! Your 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice. Is there anything about the prosecution's argument you'd like to rebut?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, there is. There is something the prosecution has yet to make clear to this court.
Well, if you put it that way, what is it that the prosecution has failed to explain?
They had failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't he just leave the body in the rocket? It was going to explode and wipe away every piece of evidence. Why go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding lounge?
Oh, that's true. I don't think we've heard the prosecution's thought on that yet.
That's because they have none, Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical? The prosecution is claiming that the defendant moved the victim's dead body. But what if the entire premise of that argument is wrong? Then let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice. The defense proposes that the defendant did not kill the victim. He was helping him. Gah! Fulbright, explain it for our sad friend here before I nod off to his monotone monologue. Inform him exactly why Spaceboy moved the victim. Huh? They've got to be joking.
It's simple. Mr. Starbuck did what he did to direct suspicion away from himself. He wanted to create the impression that he heroically risked his life to save his partner. That's why he made sure to make it to the security camera there so that there would be a record.
At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man. Ah. Oh dear. The average person wearing a spacesuit weighs easily over 200 pounds. Saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sob story fit for the silver screen.
Indeed. I was completely taken in by the humanity of the story.
You see, if the true ending is that all traces of his hammy act were meant to be blown up. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion. The third explosion.
The what?
Objection!
There was only two! What are you talking about? There was no third explosion!
Silence!
Indeed, you are correct. But that is thanks to Detective R. It was she who identified and secured the third bomb. However, it doesn't change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. The steel coffin beside the witness stand. That would be a bomb transport case. We used that to transport the deactivated bomb here. It was found in the lounge. A bomb in the form of a most distasteful toy.
Uh-oh.
What? One on the second floor of the main building, one on the launch pad, and one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off 3 fireworks. Fortunately, the third was discovered before it could be detonated, or had it not, the victim's body and other vital evidence would surely have been in.
Objection!
Ow! Before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me. It's like he's reading my mind. As it's still undergoing present investigation, I do not have the evidence on hand. However, know that a peculiar item was found in one of Mr. Starbuck's pockets. Specifically, a bomb detonation switch.
You found what? You mean the piece of evidence that we lost?
I suspect the defendant had no time to destroy such damning evidence. The Space Center director and Detective Arms stumbled across the murder, so he thought to hide it in his pockets. Feeble-brained that he is.
Ah! No! Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like this.
Don't you dare!
Ah! Hey, cut that out! You actually hit me this time!
Justice, don't. Open your eyes and see the facts.
There appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused shut off the explosions.
No, there has to be some kind of a mistake. This can't be the truth. Still can't accept it. You'll believe in your client, come what may. Then why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself?
This has got to be a trap.
It's like Blackwell's controlling the entire game.
Yeah.
It seems like he was waiting for me to bring up the body-moving issue. Why do you say that? Because he had just the right argument when I pointed it out.
And to really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve, too. He was trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck and break me down.
And making you cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point is part of his plan, too? Only underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Now, let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself, famed astronaut Solomon Starbuck.
Witness, your name and occupation, please.
Solomon Starbuck, astronaut. How did this happen?
Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony?
No.
Well, unfortunately, no is not an option. You're being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Terran. Please testify to these allegations.
Mind if I take this suit off? It's getting really heavy.
Silence!
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your sins.
Let the man take his suit off!
Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life. Banish me to the moon. I don't care anymore.
Wow, that was super negative. Is he gonna be alright up there? He'll be fine, I think. As long as he doesn't totally give up and say he did it, that is. He's gonna totally give up and say that he did it, isn't he? Oh, boy.
All I did was support Clay over my shoulder to get us out of the rocket. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Clay had passed out by the time we got the order to evacuate. I didn't kill Clay. I was trying to save him.
So you were sure you didn't shut off the bombs or murder the victim?
What do you think? But I bet you think I'm lying, right?
I reserve all judgment until after I've heard your full testimony.
Starbuck, why are you lying? I'm sure you don't believe me. I bet you don't even believe I'm an astronaut.
I don't think Judge doubts that. Who would wear a suit like that except an astronaut? I will say that when I saw you in that movie, you appeared quite courageous, though I suppose reality never quite lives up to the fantasy.
Guess I'm just a big disappointment. Starbuck, why are you lying?
We all know he's lying right now before I even get into the cross-examination. All we gotta do is look at this. There was a power outage. The affected areas were completely dark. The only thing that was still working was the security system. The elevators were out. Why is he lying?
I really don't care what happens anymore.
Oh no, he's completely given up.
What a depressing fellow. If you were to join me in the clink, I imagine that annoyingly sighing of yours would rub off on other inmates.
Like how it rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackwell a second ago? Huh? That was Blackwell sighing?
So Starbuck's testimony contains a glaring contradiction.
The question is, what does it mean? Even if Mr. Starbuck is my client, I can't be gun-shy now. I need to find the truth. Yeah, we know. This is the part where I need to present that evidence.
Hold it!
So, what you're saying is that the victim was still alive at that time?
Of course, man. He was alive and well.
Silence!
If so, then you admit you took a man who was alive and well and silenced him permanently with this.
What? No, man. Nah, black hole confirmed, dead ahead. It's no good, Captain. I'm getting sucked in.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you're not in space. Please give your testimony seriously.
It's Just nerves, man. Maybe I shouldn't have said he was alive and well. It was more like he was slumped over. Those are complete opposite ends of the spectrum.
Hold it!
Is that the elevator inside the launch pad area? That's right. We always use it to get in and out of the cockpit. That makes sense. So he's just using the route he always used. In spite of the fact that there had just been an explosion. Huh? I think Mr. Starbuck is hiding something. Something pretty big. Clay had just passed out by the time we got to the order to evacuate.
Hold it!
Passed out? Why was he passed out? Probably because of the explosion. The noise and vibration were incredible. It's little wonder a person would pass out, right? I guess. How did I know? Ah! I've been hit by space debris! And down he goes. Yes, I see. Guess it does make sense that someone would pass out. Especially if the person in question is Starbuck. Yeah, anyway. I didn't kill Clay. I was trying to save him. Don't worry. I understand. I'll make sure everything turns out alright. But everyone's glaring at me like I did it. Apollo, you have to reassure him better than that. And how am I supposed to do that? Try to imagine how he's feeling and use that to figure out how to boost his confidence? Starbuck, think back to what Clay used to always say. It's times like these when he would repeat, "I'm fine" to himself. Fine? Yeah, I guess he did say that a lot. Even if I shouted, Clay will still be dead. What's the use? Somebody please reassure me now. Apollo, there's something strange about Mr. Starbuck's testimony. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's a very big contradiction. I just wonder why it's there and what it means for our case. It doesn't look like he's lying, at least. So I'll have to show some evidence. Sorry, man. Power was out.
Objection!
What's that supposed to mean? Oh, come on! I presented the right thing at the right time! Okay, that's bull. I don't want to go through the whole thing again, so I'm gonna save here. That was the right thing. I'm sure of it.
Objection!
Oh. Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible. Was I not being accurate, man? No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the middle level. What makes you say that, Mr. Justice? Please recall where the bomb went off in Launchpad 1. Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed in flames. Oh, you're right. Which means... Exactly. The Launchpad's elevator would have been unusable. In other words... Mr. Starbuck, your statement is decidedly inconsistent with the facts. What's with the helmet? Mission Command! Mission Command, do you read me? Come in, please! This is Mission Command. I order you to pay attention! Stop this nonsense and answer my questions, Mr. Starbuck! Ah! A helmet! Ah! My oxygen tank! Requesting medical assistance! Oxygen concentration and body temperature declining! Ah! I thought he was a down-to-earth, chill kind of man. That's why I gave him the stoner voice. Doesn't work for him now.
Mr. Starbuck, we are not in space right now. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up.
I apologize, Your Honor. Forgot I was still on Earth. I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck, the astronaut. Yeah, he seems like an astronaut now than when he was doing all that sighing. Mr. Starbuck, could you please explain the inconsistency in your statement about how you use the middle-level elevator? I was nervous and I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I actually took a different route, I think. A different route? I hope you're able to deliver a straight story this time. I'll get it right this time. Maybe. No, I mean probably. Probably.
It's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you that accuracy is paramount in court.
Let's see. My escape route. What I said before was a mistake. I remember now. I took a different route. Maybe, probably, with the capsule and clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level. So you're saying you escaped without using the elevator? That's right. There's a ladder that spans the upper and middle levels. I used that ladder to get to the middle level. Luckily, the fire hadn't reached the ladder, so we can make our escape out that way. Starbuck, why do you keep lying? And the capsule you mentioned, I suppose. You mean the thing next to Mr. Terran here? Was the capsule that important that you'd risk your life to take it with you? It almost goes without saying, but yeah, that capsule contains asteroid samples. Therefore, it's invaluable as research material. With this spacesuit on, clay weighed a ton, but securing the capsule was also important. I need you to answer the best of your ability. Mr. Starbuck, please remember that this verdict is riding on your testimony. Maybe I am guilty after all. I wonder if you can see the stars in prison. If it's more comfortable than a spaceship. Excuse me a minute. I need to go beat the hell out of a Twitch bot. Be right back, everyone. I'm getting sick of these things. Yep. And a ban. Get the hell off of my Twitch channel. Very well. There we go. All right. Let's see. My escape route. What I said before was a mistake. I remember. I took a different route. Probably with the capsule and clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level. Mr. Starbuck escaped with clay in the capsule, which means it's just like in the footage. I can see why he couldn't run, though. He must have weighed over 200 pounds just by himself. Yeah, and he had to support Clay, who was another 200 pounds. Plus, he had to ensure the safety of that capsule. I don't think I could have even walked under those circumstances. Walking straight forward is probably about all I would have been able to manage. Hold it! How could you mistake such a basic fact? Hey, everybody makes mistakes, but they try thinking about the vastness of space instead. On Earth, it takes 4 light years to travel to our nearest neighboring star. So you see, compared to the vast expanse of space, human error is insignificant. I wish you considered it just a little more significant than 0. Enough jabbering. Get on with your testimony. Uh,
Hold it!
maybe. Probably. Didn't I hear you right? Did I hear you right, Mr. Starbuck?
I didn't say either of those things. Come in, please. Mission control. An error has occurred in the sound system. Activate emergency tin can telephone. Oh, no! Tin can telephones are ineffective in the vacuum of space.
Silence!
Stop this nonsense, or I will sever you and your tin can telephone. All right, I'm begging you. I'll tell the truth. Just don't sever anything.
Apollo, is he gonna be alright? I'm starting to think he's not.
Let's see. About when we were running away.
Hold it!
The upper level of the launch pad area.
That's right. That's what I said, isn't it?
Granted, that route does exist. So to recap, you had clay over your right shoulder and the capsule in your left hand?
Yeah, it's really important. So I couldn't let it get burned up. So even though clay was really heavy, I couldn't afford to carry him with both hands. I did the best I could with him over one shoulder and the capsule in my other hand.
I don't think the meaning of what he just said has hit him yet.
You know what you have to do with that statement. Justice.
Yes, I know. Mr. Starbuck escaped with hey, blah 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 blah. There's no way he could have climbed a ladder like that. He would have died.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck.
Why don't you just tell the truth?
The truth? Let's see. The Earth is blue. No, that's not right. So, I guess the Earth isn't blue? Yeah, that's it.
The truth, Mr. Starbuck.
Ah! Oxygen concentration is super low in this area. Prepare the oxygen tanks.
Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Please help draw out the truth from him.
Mr. Starbuck, under the circumstances at the time, you could not possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route.
Huh?
Not as long as this was along the escape route. The ladder, duh.
Take that!
To get down from the upper to the middle level where the launch pad corridor is, you would have to go down the ladder. Isn't that right, Mr. Starbuck?
Of course. That was the only way we could escape.
Objection!
But how would that work? At the time, you were supporting Mr. Terran over your shoulder, were you not? And remember, he was in full space gear as well, putting him at over 200 pounds.
Oh, well, it's easy on the moon. Gravity is only 1/6 of that what it is on Earth.
Objection!
I think he thinks he's still in space. But the Space Center is located on Earth. Short of being an octopus, climbing a ladder with an adult male in space gear in one arm, while carrying the capsule in your other is impossible, wouldn't you say?
Oh.
So, Mr. Starbuck, how exactly did you climb down that ladder with your arms full? Mr. Starbuck, come clean and tell us the truth now.
Engineer! Where's that engineer?
Oh, he ran away. What the? He's flying the coop.
Help! I'm caught in the ceiling! Help? Anyone?
Bailiff, prepare the cherry picker. We must launch our rescue mission at once.
Well, that's one way to take off while being questioned. That's a new one. I'd rather prove his innocence so he can go to space again someday for real.
Now then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your feet planted on the ground?
Yes, I apologize for losing control.
Are you ready to tell us the truth?
Not that. Anything but that.
What is going on? This isn't the Mr. Starbuck I know.
It appears Spaceboy is prone to deception. Witness. Yes? I thought your story odd, but perhaps the inconsistencies can be explained as the result of a medical side effect. Prosecutor Blackwell, please! Please don't talk about that!
What are you talking about, prosecutor?
Didn't I already state that Spaceboy is, ironically, terrified of going to space? That's why he took some precautions just before the launch. For you see, traces of this anti-anxiety drug were found in his system.
Oh? I sense things are about to nosedive.
You got it all wrong! I told him during the investigation too! I don't know anything about any drugs! I never took any medication! I swear!
It was found in his system, but he doesn't remember taking it? How can that be?
Somebody must have slipped them to me. But I guess maybe that's why I don't remember? Because of the side effects. Yeah, that's why I don't remember much about what really happened.
What?
Order! Order in this court!
We can't get any useful testimony out of him if he doesn't remember anything. Well, this certainly explains why his testimony kept changing. Why didn't he just tell me he couldn't remember? Just didn't want anybody to find out he was terrified of going to space?
Yeah, I really did do it. Which brings us to the answer of our original question. How the witness climbed down the ladder with a dead body.
Does? So what is it?
A dead man feels no pain and makes no complaints, Justice. The body simply dropped down the ladder.
Oh my! I see! And then the defendant could climb down the ladder with his free hand.
Drop the body down. Who would do such a disrespectful thing? Besides, dropping the body down would leave marks on the body itself.
You are capable of quick thinking. Yes, you are correct.
Really? Oh, thanks? Hey! Stupid bird! Huh? What's this?
It's the oxygen tank. The space suit. It's ruptured. And I'm sure you can figure out why.
You can't be implying it ruptured when the defendant dropped the victim's body.
I am, but they fractured easily.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the tank's explosion and shrapnel will leave its mark on the body. Yet, according to the autopsy report, only the knife wound was found on the victim's body. You're clearly grasping at straws with this line of reasoning.
Silence!
The spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, Justice.
That's right, the padding!
It includes the latest technological devices and is made of the fabric of tomorrow. This fabric is made to protect astronauts from the dangers of space. Though falling a few Earth yards would hardly leave any mark where.
Objection!
Then shouldn't it be impossible to stab someone through it as well?
It should, and yet through sheer coincidence, the knife slipped through a weak spot in the structure and found its way to the target.
What are the chances?
You forget that our killer is an astronaut himself, with knowledge of how the suit works.
It's got me there.
And now my argument has been proven. Spaceboy took the victim to the rocket, and then dropped his body to the upper level. After climbing down, he shorted the body and made sure the camera recorded it.
The tank's not ruptured here.
There's no room for debate about these facts. It is clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who could have killed Clay Terran.
Ah!
Here, the report regarding the astronaut's oxygen tanks. Consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment to crossing the river Styx.
Don't you dare hit me! Ah! That's a lie! Hey, this report is pretty detailed. Let's see. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. I guess that means these glowing cyan digits represent the amount of oxygen in the tank. I'm done for. I'm going to prison instead of space. Space boy. Yes? Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful, even when filled with bars. You mean the stars are seen from prison? That's right. Your cell will be your spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's like being an astronaut in your own cell for all time. That's not a half-bad thought. Mr. Starbuck, Prosecutor Blackwell got him good. Spaceship's prison cell. Fly me, my guilt, and my despair into the deepest, darkest space. And then let's get sucked into a black hole together. Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope yet. Oh. Yes, Apollo. You know Clay really looked up to you. He said you're an incredible man. He said you'd never give up your dreams and passion for space, no matter the situation. He said that? So don't give up now and help me prove that you're innocent. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you, Clay Terran. Clay. You're wasting your breath. Angry shouting from them. Motivational shout. Apollo, thank you. I can see things clearly now. Mr. Starbuck, I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission. Right. We'll both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent. You'll see. And after that, we'll get you back into space. You've ignited the booster rockets of my soul, man! I'm on fire! This is no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't let you and Clay down. Oh, dash. Sun, the moon, all of space is calling me. Ready for launch! Begin the countdown! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! Lift off! You better not leave that thing, I swear to God. Anyways, well, I feel like I've witnessed an actual rocket launch.
Apollo, you did it! You broke Prosecutor Blackwell's grip over Mr. Starbuck!
I can't take the credit. That was all Starbuck. He pushed himself through. Symptoms are done massaging my egos. No matter how positive your mood, my advantage remains unshaken. I have left to wait for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, Walrus? Yeah. Can't let up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. So Starbuck just has to make it back into space. I won't allow Clay's dream to remain unfulfilled. Got to destroy Blackwell's argument somehow. Think, Justice. Think. The only people at Launchpad 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck. Clay was already dead by the time this footage was taken. The only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. The only way to counter Blackwell's argument is if I can prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge. In which case, I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. I already have. Let's see. About this data that we just received. It supposedly proves that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body in Launchpad 1. If I'm going to prove that false, then there must be something I can use here. Enough of this farce, your baldness. Let's have your verdict.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you seem to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. But about this oxygen tank data you submitted just now, it says that Mr. Starbuck's tank had 80% remaining when Mr. Terran's had 0? Do you stand by the accuracy of this report? Of course. And I guess it simply means that it's faulty, as evidence goes. You will explain what you mean, Justice Dono. It's simple. This evidence contradicts the facts of this case. Take a look here at the detailed description and you'll see what I mean.
I hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory.
Yes, Your Honor, right away. This is the evidence that the oxygen tank report stands in contradiction to. Security camera video. That 50 on there. If the remaining oxygen was 0, then the tank that has Starbuck in it should be 50, at least, at the minimum. But it's 80, which means it can't possibly be him.
Take that!
And how does this evidence present a contradiction?
Problem is this part right here.
Take that!
Note the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Terran.
It appears to say 50.
Yes, but according to the data, our client's tank had 80% remaining.
The oxygen in the tank increased?
I see Your Honor finds it as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there is a contradiction, but the increase in oxygen is beyond illogical.
Oh my, you're absolutely right. What is going on
Silence!
I, too, find it odd that the oxygen remaining has increased. It would be as odd as if my rations were to increase. But what does that prove? It doesn't change the fact that it is the defendant carrying the victim's corpse.
Objection!
I'm gonna bet you don't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining shouldn't increase, just as your rations don't. Therefore, this new information is crucial. We cannot overlook it.
Silence!
In that case, you have an answer to this riddle of the mysteriously increasing oxygen. You better not disappoint, or I'll declare the inconsistency as a mere equipment function.
Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Mr. Justice, if you cannot prove an adequate counter-argument to this point, I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. So, do you think you can explain why the oxygen level increased?
Of course I can. The thing to do at a time like this is to turn my thinking around. Mr. Starbuck has no memory of it, but he claims to have carried clay. So this man with a 50 on his tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. But if anything, the display on his oxygen tank should be shown 80. This is a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what I should be asking is not why did the oxygen level increase, but what had to have happened to make it look like it increased. Am I making some kind of mistake in my base assumptions here?
Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready to answer. This is why the remaining oxygen appears to have increased. The victim was carrying the defendant. What if it was the other way around?
The other way around. Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice?
As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on in this footage. But it turns out this is where our base assumptions went astray. We assumed that it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran, but it goes the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran. It was Mr. Terran helping Mr. Starbuck back to the boarding lounge.
Ah, it was what? Order! Order! Mr. Justice! You mean to tell me that the person on the right in this image is a victim?
It's the only way the riddle of the increasing oxygen level can be solved, Your Honor. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank is at 50%. And when the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0%.
That's right. There's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing.
This means that Mr. Terran was alive as they made their escape into the lounge.
Silence!
How short your memory is. Have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? Even if the victim was alive at this point in time. How did he descend from the ladder with his arms full?
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade. Excuse me. It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating. But we have proven that Mr. Terran was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. That's all that's important here. This fact alone shatters your claims and opens up the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements?
Let's see. The two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police?
Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging.
It seems we'll have to hear the testimony of these first two people on the scene.
Score!
Come to think of it, Detective Arm should be here in the court right now. Bill, could you please show Detective Arm to the stand?
Ah, you. I have an announcement, everyone.
What is the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here.
Please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode.
Load!
A bomb. Now?
Everybody run!
Oh no! Everybody's panicking!
Silence!
Headless chickens, death wish, the lot of you. Calm yourselves before all else.
Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here!
What about Mr. Starbuck's dream? And who will carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow up the truth forever. I refuse to let things end here.
Apollo, this is no time to be dramatic! If we don't get out of here now, we're gonna die! Come on, this way!
Hey, ow! Ow, let me go! Apollo. Juniper? She hasn't evacuated yet. Eek! Juniper, are you all right? Apollo, no, not that way. Ah! Well, that was fun. Let's continue. On to the next chapter we go. In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom bomber. Athena and I knew she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. We managed to clear Miss Wood's name. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Titanite.
Apollo is a tough guy, but this is taking his toll on him.
Yeah, poor guy. Being attacked by Titanite like that on top of all his other injuries. Apollo is resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. I've had some experience with that place myself. What an awful turn of events. I never thought he'd land in a hospital, of all places. You must miss him too, huh? Now that you don't have anybody to tease. Don't worry, he's young. He's my protege. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. It's been a while since I last saw Trilogy look so down. We won the court case, but nobody feels much like celebrating.
All right, enough of this, people. This is no time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes.
You're the one who's crying, Athena.
Technicalities. Look, we have work to do. We have to take over.
Take over what exactly?
Apollo Space Center case, of course. No verdict's been reached. There's still a chance. I agree with Athena. We should pick up where Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade. Right, Dad?
Apollo hasn't exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know.
Good. Now that that's settled, let's get going. Come on, we gotta run.
Wait, right now? Now? We better not be running the whole way. There she goes. We better go catch up. Can you take care of the office, Trucy?
Sure thing, Dad. Be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm gonna make some cookies and fill up my magic pants for you.
Trucy seems to be feeling a little better. I can always count on Athena to perk everybody up with her enthusiasm.
Oh, she's back. Don't mind me, just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, documents, my bag.
Sounds more like you forgot everything. I can always count on Athena for that, too.
All right, you two. Let's be careful out there.
December 19th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. So, our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous even I've heard of him.
That's right. He's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago.
You seem to know quite a lot about him. Now I'm all excited to meet the man. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right? And yes, that's right. Mentor has a nice ring to it.
Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have got you covered.
And you're the new kid that Apollo told me about. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere?
Huh? You mean other than at your trial? I don't think so.
I guess so. My mistake. My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and my body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. Yikes. He's seriously gotta stop depressing himself.
Here, Mr. Starbuck. Besides, that thing you said about entering the stratosphere just means we shine like a shooting star, right?
Like shooting stars, huh? You know, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, it's what we were all put on this earth to do, right? Shine like stars. Guess I shouldn't mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash. Ah, yeah! Here we go! 3, 2, 1! To the stratosphere and beyond! Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Is that really all it takes? Clay always used to cheerfully greet me in a loud voice. And he did vocal exercises every morning. Sometimes until he was hoarse, right? Exactly. You could always hear him, even through the wall. Hey, wait a minute. Did you know Clay? No. But like attracts like, they say. Yes, that's exactly what he's doing, Doom. Also, I should unmute you now. There we go.
Do you know anything about this piece of evidence? No. Sorry, I'm so useless, man.
No, it's all right. There's no need to get all depressed again. Okay, so about this knife.
Clay carried me out and saved me. But after all of that, he killed with this blade. The fact that the killer might be me.
Now he's got you sighing, boss.
I guess sighing is contagious nowadays.
I don't know.
I mean, it's kind of being defined here.
So, you have no memory at all of the incident. I'm so ashamed. My memory at the time is as black and clouded as the dark nebula, man.
Though it's strange you don't remember a thing. Are you sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial?
It is true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. And I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about, you know.
Oh, the so-called Hat 1 miracle? That must have been a terrifying experience.
But I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I would never take drugs that might impede my performance just before a launch. That launch meant everything. That's more certain than the theory of relativity.
Seems like a completely different person now. This is the face of an astronaut I know.
But the tranquilizers were found in your system.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. But I don't know why. I'm done for, man.
If you didn't take them, then maybe somebody slipped them to you?
Exactly, that's what I thought. It must have been the real culprit, man. The medication was in my locker. Anybody could have gotten their hands on it.
Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket.
Yeah, that's gotta be it. I've been framed.
I'll say. They even managed to plant your prints on the switch before slipping it in. The real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small. Like about the murder weapon, for example.
That knife. I think it came from one of the Space Center's utility kits.
Utility kits?
Yeah, staff who work on machinery. A lot are given these special toolkits for use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you can prove whose knife it is.
So tell us about this miracle. As I recall, your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right?
That's right. It was a pretty rough experience, man. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft.
You did? What kind of problems?
Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control call.
What the fuck? Who was in charge of this rocket?
What?
Power failure is understandable. That thing happens all the fucking time. It goes off and on in space because of solar power recharging. But oxygen leakage? A busted radio? Cracked windows? A loose control column? That thing... How did that thing get past the inspections?
What makes the piece of this?
What was that? You cut out.
What exactly is a loose control column, since that's the first time I've ever heard of it?
I believe the control column is the thing that's holding the rocket up when it's being launched. Let me double check. Control column. Spacecraft, perhaps? Well, technically they count as aircraft. Oh! Oh, no! Oh, I know what it is! It's the yoke! Oh, dear! Oh, so for context, you know how a flight control has this basically the thing where you're flying a plane. There's like a Y-shaped steering wheel in front of you, right? Okay, basically, think of it like a steering wheel. The cylinder that attaches to the wheel that lets it turn, that's the control column.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, indeed. Oh, no. That's not good. The heat shield came off as we were entering the... The heat shield came off as you were entering the atmosphere. Somebody's going to the gulag for that.
Nah, even worse. He's getting hit point blank with a 50 BMG right to the fucking face.
No. That's too quick. You hush. For context, the heat shield is exactly what you think it is. It's the part of the space shuttle or the rocket that allows you to enter and exit the atmosphere without turning into a shooting star. You know, how they burn up on entry? Yeah, that's to prevent that from happening. And it came off as they were entering the atmosphere. How are you alive?
Okay.
Oh my god, whoever was in charge of that rocket's inspections is going to the gulags. That's the worst thing I can think of doing to them. Don't say anything. It's the worst thing I can think of doing to them. Worse than even the pool noodle.
I think there might be worse.
No, because the gulags last longer.
FNAF 50/20 mode endlessly forever.
Nah, too easy.
Yeah.
Anyways,
But
anyways. I thought I was a goner, but I managed to make it somehow with the popsicles and ice packs from the freezer.
No wonder they dubbed it the Hat One Miracle. It's a miracle you made it back.
Space is a boundless place. That's why it continues to capture people's imaginations. But the vastness of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. The darkness just goes on and on forever, and ever, and ever, without end. There was nobody else there. Nobody else was gonna come save me. I was all alone, man. All alone, with nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat, man. I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I couldn't keep my hands from shaking. An experience like that would make anybody afraid to go up into space. Apollo 11 ain't got nothing on this.
With the experience you had, weren't you dreading this mission?
What? No way, of course not. Even now I want to go up into space so bad I can barely stand it. I want to shake off the Earth's gravity at escape velocity and spin around weightless, man.
But you have to admit it was pretty harrowing. Weren't you even a tiny bit afraid?
I was afraid. Of course I was. I still am. Space is man's final frontier. An unknown world. The cosmic truth is out there waiting for us somewhere, man. The cosmic truth, huh? I guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life. No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give it into my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. One thing's for sure, Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. Man's like a skydiver. Even after an accident, they almost always get back into the plane. The victim, Clay Terran. He was kind of like your protege, wasn't he? Well, it wasn't a big exaggerated deal like that, man. Master and apprentice or anything like that. But Clay did think of me as his mentor. The mentor and the protege. What a combination they must have been. Man. With his encouragement, I knew I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now, man...
That must have been very encouraging, huh?
Yeah, man, it's funny, really. Whenever I'd hear him shout, "You're fine," I always got the feeling everything really was gonna be fine.
You're fine? Apollo says I'm fine, and you're fine all the time, too. I always feel encouraged, too, whenever I hear him shout it.
Yeah, Clay and Apollo are best buds, man. They used to come visit the Space Center a lot, ever since they were high school kids. One day, out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Those two hung out around the Space Center so much, they were like part of the staff, man. One time, during zero-G trading, I started to panic a little, but then the two of them took turns shouting, "You're fine," over the radio. It was a simple thing, man, but it's exactly what I needed to hear. So, "I'm fine" and "you're fine" were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases. I wish I could ask Apollo more about Clay and their relationship now.
Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder?
Sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine. But he actually did climb down that ladder. So in a way, it has to exist. From the freedom of space to the walls of a cell. That prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad through barred windows.
You're fine. Solomon Soul Starbuck is fine. Everything's gonna be alright.
Huh?
And Athena Sykes is fine. Come on, Mr. Wright, you too.
Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine.
I can't hear you.
Phoenix Wright is fine.
I'll get you back into space yet, Mr. Starbuck. Believe in your own innocence and have faith in us.
Apollo believed in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. I believe in you too. Thank you, man. Thank you both. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space. All I need first is a not guilty verdict. Sure feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all right.
Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's get our investigation of the space station center, whatever, started now.
Good idea. Let's go. Finally, we'll actually be able to investigate things. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center. Entryway. Wow. Okay, I was wondering what kind of place this Space Center would be. It almost looks like an amusement park of the future.
Yeah, did you know they even let the public see the rockets up close? Oh, so check it out. Look how brightly the Gyaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and the rocket motif it's got going.
Gyaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program?
Yeah, but why the strange acronym? I mean, what's the GIA supposed to stand for? A galaxy?
If that were it, then the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency. Which, if you ask me, it'd have it abbreviated to GAXA or even Gaia.
I guess so. Oh, I know. Maybe the person who came up with the name just really likes the letter Y.
This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu.
Anyway, this place is more than just a research facility. It's also a tourist trap.
Tourist attraction? Don't make me laugh. It's a monument to the human race. Electric scooter, full speed ahead!
Oh, good. I get to use my old man voice.
Yikes! Who's this geezer and what's he want?
Look upon me and here look well. Behold the great power of space science.
Pardon me, but you are.
My glorious name is Yuri Cosmos. I am the director of the Cosmos Space Center. The center of the cosmos.
Boss? That was pretty groan-inducing.
If this person is the Space Center's director, then that means...
Oh, so you were one of the first to discover Clay's body, weren't you?
Blah, 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 blah. We already know this, and Candace is dead, so...
That is correct. I was honored to be the very first man in all space and time to
discover the body. But this talk of the incident, are you by any chance the space police?
You can't tack the word space onto just any old thing, you know. You're wrong, Phoenix! We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We're here to investigate the case.
Oh, and we're Earth lawyers, by the way. I see. Yes, I heard about you. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you permission to investigate. I trust you are appropriately grateful. Now go ahead, have at it.
How much are you holding on the Nasroshi voice?
It's actually kind of easy. Believe it or not, I can keep this up for hours. As long as I don't yell with it. If I yell with it, I'm not sure what will happen. I can already tell he's going to be nothing but trouble.
Don't let him hear you say that, or you'll see what trouble really is. Let's just be professional and ask him about what he found in the body, okay?
At last, I get to use the voice. I actually really like this voice.
Fair.
So, as director, what do you do here at the Space Center specifically?
Defend peace across the galaxy and promote space development in this country. No matter what obstacles stand in our way, we keep going for the sake of humankind.
I believe I use the word specifically in my question.
Attention all personnel, to your break stations. Prepare for a break. Oh, I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner. That is exactly right. Because I'm an important man. My man is important. Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm.
Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in the boundlessness of space.
What's that? You want to know what it is that makes me more important specifically? Very well, I shall tell you. It was the essential figure of the one project. You proceed to be appropriately impressed. Now go ahead.
I'd be more impressed if I knew what he did for it specifically.
I swear, if he was the one who was in charge of the inspection as well.
Oh, yeah, no. If he's the one in charge of inspection, I'm going to have him thrown out on his ass.
Yeah,
It would also make sense, actually. If he blew everything up, it would make sense. He would be trying to cover up everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so, please be specific this time. Could you tell us about what you know about the incidents from the other day?
Fuse.
What?
Explaining is a job for comic folk, not for the director of the center of the cosmos. My testimony, which will go down in space history, will be heard in the courtroom. What? Does that mean you'll be taking the stand tomorrow? It's correct. I will be the most glorious witness in the history of mankind.
Not sure if he really understands what being a witness is all about.
Looks like Director Cosmos is the type of man that only talks about what he wants to talk about.
Then let's at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to talk about. Like Hat 1. We don't really know what it's for. The Hat 1 was a rocket that was launched into space 7 years ago, correct? And despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home.
I suppose it is part of my job to educate ignorant young folk like you. Well, I will impart to you the complete story of the Hat 1 project.
Oh, thank you very much.
Now then, where do I begin? Yes, Hat 1's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid. And Mr. Starbuck was a pilot of that flight. Eventually, the Hat 1 reached its planned orbit. But when it launched the Hope probe towards the asteroid belt.
Wait, so it was just sent up into space to launch a probe towards the asteroid belt?
Then why was he on it? You don't need that. You don't need someone for a mission like this.
Well,
Remember,
he
we
did
have
take
things.
a sample back. He did take a sample back, though. So maybe for
No. Let me finish. You don't need someone in the rocket to perform this kind of mission. We have all sorts of things on Mars, and yet no one's ever actually stood on the surface.
Okay, true.
He didn't need to be in that rocket. Why was he
Plus,
there?
Plus, wouldn't it be kind of annoying for those humans as well to then return to
It's
Earth
a
as
lot
well?
more expensive and dangerous to send someone up into space than it is to send a probe.
Yeah, true. And don't forget, if you were, and with the example you brought with Mars, if we actually were to send people for that, wouldn't it mean they'd be gone for at least half a year then as well?
It depends on where they're going. From what I recall, the missions to the moon took a couple of weeks there and back. I'm not sure. Anyways, where was I? Ah, yes. The asteroid belt.
From there, the whole probe began its long, lonely journey into the far reaches of space. And then, after a terrifying struggle, the Hat-1 returned safely to Earth. That struggle was when the incident known as the Hat-1 miracle occurred, yes? Don't imitate me! Sorry. Correct. And it was truly a miracle. Of course, they just had to turn the whole ordeal into a movie. As for the whole probe, it did eventually arrive safely to its destination. It obtained a few samples from the asteroid, and then returned to Earth but a few days ago.
So, what kind of samples are they? What's in them?
The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back from the day before Terran's murder. Regrettably, we've had no time to inspect the samples due to everything that's occurred. But this puts our space development program ahead of our other countries by several years.
It's quite impressive. I mean, to be fair, we have sent probes all the way to Pluto and back, but...
Are you serious?
Yeah, remember I think it was a Voyager probe?
Dude, you gotta remember, I don't know much about space shit.
It's something that happened in your lifetime. Anyways, we have sent a probe to Pluto in order to get an actual picture of it, but I don't know if we've sent that many things beyond the asteroid belt. I know we sent at least one thing. But I don't know if we sent anything to the asteroid belt specifically. Fascinating.
Neptune be on the asteroid belt?
What's that?
Is Neptune be on the asteroid belt?
The asteroid belt separates Mars and Jupiter.
Oh, so basically...
Yes. It separates the inner and outer solar system.
Wait, then how the fuck do we have pictures of Neptune then?
Oh, simple. We sent something to go take pictures of it.
Wouldn't it still actually be a probe then?
Yeah.
Now what the fuck do you mean we've never sent something on the asteroid belt?
I don't know if we sent anything to the asteroid belt specifically. We haven't even sent any person onto Mars yet, Doom.
Yeah, my bad. I misheard you.
Before we get too far off topic, because space is space, that's quite impressive. I guess this guy isn't just a loudmouth braggart after all.
In the golden age of space development, our predecessors were successful in bringing a moon rock back. That is the greatest achievement in the history of the Space Center. The public fell in love with space and all of its glorious potential.
A moon rock, huh? I remember that being big.
Our endeavors with the moon rock lives on in our work with samples. I want to bestow new hopes and dreams for the future upon mankind once again. That is my mission as a man who stands at the center of the cosmos.
I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from the asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization.
Fun fact, moon rocks are the single most expensive thing in the universe. Well, not in the universe, on Earth, pound for pound.
At the moment?
Oh yeah, moon rocks from the moon themselves are worth millions.
What, so you're telling me if you're actually able to steal one of those bitches and sell them on the black market, you'll become a millionaire, basically?
That's a very, very big if, dude. For the record,
okay, I know, but it could be possible in theory.
For the record, as far as I'm aware, all actual space rock-related samples are kept in a very secure location somewhere in the NASA program site. I'm not sure where. I might be completely wrong. I don't know where people keep the space rocks. I just know that they're worth more than their weight in gold and diamond combined. Anyways, before we get too far off topic again.
Because space is space.
It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there.
What? Tom, it's not for anything so base as money or politics. It's for all the brilliant future that awaits mankind, and all for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight, but I won't hear it.
I guess even a space program has to watch its budget. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing, Athena.
Huh? Oh, well, you know, I thought I better brush up for the case.
Is that so?
I will be on my way. As you can see, I'm a very, very busy and very important man. Galactic scoop, fire up the main engine, max battle speed, and engage.
That thing is surprisingly fast.
I guess we better get going too.
You?
You bet. Let's make it so. Also, don't imitate me. That's my job.
Sorry.
I'll see you all at the trial.
Actually, nope, I can't examine. To the boarding lounge!
Boarding lounge we go.
I refuse to believe this was the site of the murder. There's not a single scrap of black anywhere. Whatever. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center boarding lounge. So
What the fuck is that in the ceiling?
I don't know. So this is where Mr. Terran was murdered.
Yeah, this is the lounge. Let's see that diagram the police made again. Right now we're in the main building here on the right side on the 3rd floor. Clay and Mr. Starbuck fled here from the launch pad after the explosion.
You there! No admittance without express permission!
We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We've come to investigate.
Sorry, nobody gets in without permission. Not even the police superintendent. And had the Detective Fulbright getting mad at me. So Detective Fulbright is here, huh? Yes, he's in the launch pad 1 corridor. Go get clearance from him and then we'll talk.
Leave it to me. I'm great at getting intel on Detective Fulbright. Let's see. What trick should I use on him today?
I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid.
How about both?
Hi, Shu. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. We're in a space station.
We're gonna go to space, motherfuckers.
No, we're not going to space. Sadly.
Let me make my jokes, okay?
Never.
So, to get to the...
Fuck you.
So, to get to the launch pad 1 corridor, we just have to go through that door with the blue rocket on it, I think.
Wait, that door. It looks awfully familiar.
Good eye there, boss. This is the door Clay and Mr. Starbuck used during their escape from the launch pad.
Ah, that explains it.
The fingerprint system has been deactivated, so I think we can just pass through. Now, come on, let's go.
Fine, fine. To the corridor. They've got a robot cleaner? Bullshit! I want one! Whatever.
Give me...
December 19th, Cosmos Space Center, Launch Pad 1 corridor. So this is it, huh? This is the corridor that the two of them used in their escape.
Yep, this is the only thing connecting Launch Pad 1 with the main building.
See police tape down at the other end. Guess we won't be looking at the launch pad.
After the explosion, this whole corridor must have been filled with smoke.
And the launch pad itself was probably a sea of flames. Must have been pretty scary for them.
Now, where could Detective Fulbright be? Hey, I think that's him over there.
What should I do? Which path is the path of justice?
He seems to be lost. That's funny, this corridor's a straight shot.
Huh? Ah, it's you loyal people! Welcome to the Space Center! Enjoying a relaxing day off, are you? Here for a little rocket sightseeing! We're here to investigate the scene. Same as you. Do you have any info to share?
Boss, if he acts all reluctant to give us information, we hit him with the whatever shall we do act. I'm sure he'll fall for that. Got it?
Are we trying to catch the unruly family dog here or something? Info on the case, huh? All right. I'll gladly share some with you.
Huh? Wait, what just happened?
Detectives and lawyers seeking truth and justice side by side. I like it. Just take whatever you want from me, you info bandits. I'm in a generous mood today.
I don't know. There's something weird about Detective Fulbright today.
Well, we need information, so let's run with it.
If you say so.
Crime scene. Detective Fulbright, could you give us permission to investigate the crime scene?
There's an officer on guard and we can't get in. Oh, whatever shall we do?
That's an easy one. I'll let them know over there to let you in. Investigate to your heart's content. Take a week if you need it. A month even. Till I have some snacks delivered, one of my men gives a mean neck rub. Yeah, no. What the hell's going on? No. That's okay, but thanks. Definitely not the Fulbright I know.
He's faster than you should.
Detective Fulbright is acting sickeningly sweet. It's kind of gross, actually. You think he hit his head or something?
Who knows? Whatever the case, it's making our lives way easier.
Well, let's ask what happened.
You were here at the Space Center at the time of the incident, weren't you, Detective? That's right! I was here on security assignment.
Police are required to secure rocket launches now? I didn't know that.
Yes. Well, you know us, to serve and protect. The explosives occurred while I was here on duty, so I started leading the evacuation.
Leaving out a lot of details, but okay. Could you tell us more about what happened?
Of course, a bomb went off on the second floor of the main building. Kaboom! And right after that, the one over in Launch Pad 1 also blew sky high. So I immediately instructed the visitors and the employees to evacuate to the shelter.
Shelter?
That's right. There's an evacuation shelter in the basement of the Space Center.
Hello, Cody. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for tuning in. We're in a space center right now, investigating why 2 bombs went off and the murder of an employee, an astronaut.
We also figure out this is related to the first case.
Shh.
Sorry.
It's there for accidents and emergencies and the like.
So, where were you when the first bomb went off?
I was on duty in the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. The elevator wasn't working on account of the explosion. And the stairs on the 2nd floor were destroyed, so we couldn't go that way.
Then it wasn't even possible for you to get back down to the basement shelter?
No, we had lowered an emergency ladder from the 4th floor window and escaped that way. It was a folding ladder, so it wasn't very stable. But at least it reached the ground. After I secured the ladder, I left to take another look around for any other survivors. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down to and headed to the shelter.
Wow, what an ordeal. Climbing down an emergency ladder kind of sounds like fun.
Thank you for your answers, Detective. They were very helpful. Hi, Tempest. Wow, everybody's here today. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. How's everybody doing tonight?
Just a moment. I have more information to share with you. But don't tell Prosecutor Blackwell, okay?
Wow, and Prosecutor Blackwell usually has you on a short leash, too.
Well, never mind that. I thought you should know that there was a witness.
A witness? Could you tell us more about this witness?
Sure thing. The witness was a Space Center employee who was on the 4th floor. While she was climbing down, she looked through a window into the 3rd floor lounge.
So, she was looking into the crime scene from the outside?
That's right. It was just a matter of chance that she saw something important. Not that I know what she saw exactly yet, though.
Well, I'm glad you're doing better than yesterday, Tempest.
You don't? But that's the most important thing of all.
Don't you worry, I'll get around to interviewing her soon enough. You should still be somewhere here in the Space Center. You might even run into her.
Oop, wrong one. 4th floor employee, huh? All right, thanks for the info, Detective. Doing pretty good. Stayed home today to do some chores, and now you're playing some Stardew Valley. Great taste, great game.
Gee, you sure are being cooperative, Detective. A little too cooperative, even.
Yes, well, actually,
Something you can't talk about?
Yes, something like that. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about me. Well, I'll be on my way now.
What was that all about?
Something is definitely going on. I'm going to get that out of him the next time I see him.
Okay. I'm not so sure he'll talk about it, though. Well, we have permission to investigate now. Let's head back to the boarding lounge. Onwards! To the boarding lounge! December 19th, Cosmos Space Center boarding lounge!
Alles stel wat op ik
I'm gonna find out. Just a minute. You two. Detective Fulbright has granted you permission to investigate. He also said I should bring you some snacks or give you a neck rub too if you'd like.
That's alright, but thank you for the offer.
Well, it's time to roll up our sleeves and start investigating. Let's see. Where's that diagram again? So this lounge is on the 3rd floor of the main building. According to Apollo, this is where he believes a third party killed his friend.
Well, let's stop the recap and start looking for traces of the third person then.
You read my mind, Athena. We'll make that our first priority. There's just one problem, though. This room... it's just so big.
Don't worry. We can use this to help us.
A Space Center pamphlet? For tourists.
Yep, picked it up at the entrance. The maps inside should come in handy. Let's see. Yep, here it is. A map of the lounge. This is the door we went through to talk to the detective.
Oh yeah, that's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock.
Well, I guess this map will make things a little easier.
Okay.
Yeah, no more excuses. Let's check down the third person.
Wait, there's just one more thing. What's that strange creature moving outside the window?
Oh, boss, it's just a holographic image.
Oh, yeah, I knew that. Ugh, that sure is a relief.
There should be a button somewhere in this room to turn the image on and off. That's what it says in the pamphlet anyway.
The only reason you're so eager to start is so that you can push that button, isn't it?
And what's wrong with that? Let's just look for the button while we're looking for clues.
Alright, fine. Let's get investigating. Okay, for Doom's curiosity, and mine, no matter how I look at it, all I can think of is torture device. I guess it's a training device for getting used to zero gravity. Uh-oh. Athena has an odd glint in her eye. Is she thinking about trying that thing out? I should try to stop her. I'm afraid she'll just outmuscle me.
Hey, Mr. Wright, look at that up there!
Some kind of fragment? Stuck in pipe. Oh, so that's what the glint was all about.
That color looks familiar. I think it's part of an oxygen tank.
I think you're right. But if that's here, it means Clay's tank ruptured after they arrived at the boarding lounge.
The prosecutor's Blackwell theory that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay down the ladder must be wrong. This proves that both astronauts were alive when they reached the boarding lounge.
So Apollo was right. The scene of the murder wasn't the launch pad.
Way to go, Apollo!
Also, that was all intentional. And he's on the right.
You are very echoey, my friend.
Yeah, sorry, but basically, I just want to
And you're cutting out now.
Ah, fuck's sake.
At first glance, it looks like a peaceful landscape. But then there's that creature.
Didn't the Hope probe go to some planet? Maybe this is what the surface looked like.
I don't know. I think it would have made the news if they discovered a creature like that.
It did make quite a bit of news, though, when the probe came back.
Yeah. But the Hope probe didn't even go to a planet. It went to an asteroid. A big rock kind of thing. Even aliens don't live there.
Aww.
You're still cutting out really badly, my guy. I'm gonna mute you till you're ready.
No.
Alright, fine, I won't. That's some pretty futuristic looking furniture over there.
According to the pamphlet, those are no ordinary chairs. Like amusement park teacup rides. You can power them yourself, it says. If you spin the table, your chair spins too.
Why would anybody want to have something like that here?
It's for astronauts who have trouble with the device on the ceiling. No vertical spins. It says it's a training device that's easy on the eyes and on the body.
A person really call themselves an astronaut if they can't handle zero-G? Okay, what's this?
A window! And it's right next to the holographic image, too! I bet it's here to help people see the stark contrast between reality and virtual reality.
Way off. It says emergency ventilation. You know, to clear smoke from a fire.
See, it's pointing out the virtual insanity.
Hold on. She said...
Virtual insanity of reality.
She's not wrong. There is insanity in reality. Anyways.
Yep.
So this is where they discovered Clay.
Yeah, he was already down when they found him. Let's take a look at the photo.
So he was stretched out like this, and... Huh? What's that thing that looks like a thermos?
That's the thing that Prosecutor Blackwell mentioned when I was in court with Apollo. He said it contains asteroid samples.
Oh, right. Director Cosmos mentioned something about that too, didn't he? They were brought back only 5 days ago by the probe that the Hat 1 launched.
I wonder what they look like. You think they'll let us see?
Let's think about that after we've solved the case, okay? Okay, let's change angles now. So it looks like there are 3 doors that lead in and out of this room. Why did the music stop? Yes, there was already a trial in this chapter, and we just barely made it out of there because, well, a bomb exploded. And that led directly to the first case of this game.
Well, let's check. Drumroll, please. Ta-da! The Space Center pamphlets. We're here at this place that says Boarding Lounge 1. Here are 3 doors. Let's call them lefty, righty, and downy.
People usually say west, east, and south. In a case like this, you know.
Details, details. Anyways, take a look at the west door. That door with the rocket icon leads to Launchpad 1. I know because it says right here on this map, Launchpad 1 corridor.
So that's where we came with that's where we were with the detective. It was filled with smoke after the explosion.
Right, next up, the right-hand side of the map, or east in your world. That's the door with the satellite dish icon to signify communication, aka the control room.
Yep, it definitely says control room. Looks like there's another door on the opposite side.
We communicate and exchange information with rockets and probes in space from there. So it's the center of the Space Center. The Space Center's center, if you will.
Has everybody started to talk like Director Cosmos after they've been here a while?
But it seems that they built a new command center on the 6th floor. That's what they used for the Hat 2 mission, so this control room was empty at the time.
Always wanted to see the inside of the mission control room. And since we're here...
I'd like to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. I want to keep curious kids like you out. So the door is protected with fingerprint recognition. Only the director can go through.
With that much security, I'm definitely not the one they're looking to keep out, Athena.
So apparently the lock is also hooked up to the backup generator in case of emergencies.
Really? Okay, what about that last door?
This lower door... Oh, excuse me, I meant south door. It leads to the elevators.
This is the door we came through when we entered the room, right?
Yep, and of course there was no fingerprint recognition device, so it's open to anyone.
The elevators weren't working at the time due to the explosion.
Well, that's about all there is for the 3 musketeers of the boarding lounge.
Thanks. Understanding the layout of the lounge should help us understand the case. That's why I thought we gotta have a good grasp of where all the doors go. Okay. I wasn't done looking around, game. So if you'd be so kind. The hell is this hyper sleep pod things? These are apparently oxygen capsules. They're for recovery after a training session.
I wonder if they can change your voice. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Huh? You didn't do a thing.
You're thinking of helium. It's not helium, Athena. It's oxygen.
Aww. Oh, a mirror. How thoughtful of them to put one here.
Thoughtful?
So the ladies can fix their makeup. Once appearance is just as important in space as it is on Earth, you know. You never know when you're going to run into some other life form after all.
I doubt anybody who thinks like that would ever become an astronaut in the first place.
By the way, boss, guess what I found?
What?
A helium canister.
No. I am turning that off right now. You are never doing that again. I'll be in and out of stream, currently watching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, so understandable, Moss. Have a good one. Let's see here. I lost the mouse. There's the mouse. What's this? Here's another amazing piece of equipment. Walk on the surface of the moon, it says.
Oh boy, I want to try it. Gravity is weak on the moon, so I bet I could do mid-air somersaults.
We're still on Earth, remember? Besides, it's connected to the ceiling.
Well, at least I could jump really high.
The sign on the wall that very clearly says, don't jump too high.
And what good is this thing?
Didn't I say in the beginning, walk on the surface of the moon? Oh. Hold on, I see something sparkly. There's a sparkly!
Hey, I see something shiny down there.
It's sparkly, Athena. Let's take this cover off then. The hell is this?
Looks like a metal jelly bean.
Is that a bullet? It's really small, but it's a bullet. It's only about 2 or 3 millimeters in diameter.
Wouldn't it be a 9mm then?
Let's see, that would make this caliber 10?
Caliber refers to the diameter of a gun's barrel, right?
Yes, but I've never heard of a 10 caliber gun before.
Is that even real?
This bullet must be a very special kind of gun.
I've actually tried firing a bullet this small with a regular-sized gun. It would just fall right out.
Yeah, it must have been a really small gun.
I wonder how the bullets ended up here. I mean, we're in the bottom left on the south door side of the room, according to the map. That's pretty far from where Clay's body was. Maybe the police didn't think to look here?
Yeah, leave it to Detective Fulbright to accidentally hand us just the card we need. A 10 caliber handgun?
Technically, that might exist.
They're incredibly small guns meant for self-defense at super close ranges.
The only thing I could possibly think of would be the knuckle duster.
No, dude, we should trust.
Well, I wonder what the bullet's doing here. What's this? A trapdoor?
It's a trash chute. The cleaning robots throw the garbage out from here.
Robots do the cleaning? What a futuristic world we live in. Just hope they don't revolt like they do in the science fiction movies.
No way! All the robots here are very nice. Actually, wasn't there one in the Launchpad 1 corridor? You can go say hi to it if you want.
Not a terrible idea, actually.
Well, it does
In a bit.
give up some, yeah.
In a bit. Don't spoil things, Doom, please.
No, it was on that 10 caliber handguns bit when I searched that up for real life guns.
So, this is the fingerprint recognition device. I guess you put your hand on this hand mark.
Well, I guess when you can try. Now, to fly my hand up with the outline.
Don't, Athena. That thing's related to the case. Get your prints all over that, and the next thing you know, you'll be named a suspect.
How can you be so cruel to a little girl like me?
Not buying those tears, Missy. Nice try. The hell is this?
I wonder what this big knob is for. Looks like the knob on a stove.
Well, it's the same shape, but I think that's where the similarities end. I mean, it's behind a glass pane. What kind of stove would require a knob security like this?
Well, the knob is straight up and down, so if it was for a stove, the burner would be off.
Right, if it was for a stove. So I wonder what it's really for.
Something turned on by a knob that's not a stove. How about a rocket engine?
If you had to start the engine from here, the rocket would take off before you could get in.
I guess all we can say for now is that it's a mystery knob. Let's see. This door is, Where's that pamphlet? Here we are. It's the door to the corridor that leads to Launchpad 1. We went through it earlier when we went to talk to the detective.
So I guess the security lock must be disengaged now, right? They say the corridor was filled with smoke at the time of the bombing. This thing beside the door seems to be the fingerprint recognition device.
Which reminds me, I think Prosecutor Blackwell talked about it at trial.
The notion of third party on Launchpad is utterly absurd. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah. I'm edgy. Then does this mean that the bomber's prints were verified by the system? But the number of authorized personnel was supposed to be really small.
Voila! Fingerprint powder! I bought it just in case something like this came up. I found it at the office. I've just been itching for a chance to use it.
Wow. Way to think ahead. Hey, that powder looks familiar. Now, let's dust the fingerprint recognition device and see what we can find.
You got it. Now to sprinkle some here, all over there, and...
Oh, come on! You mean we don't get to do it ourselves? Bullshit! Boring! Blasphemy!
Let's see what we have here. Oh, we got something. Oh, it's only a single set of prints.
Isn't that a good thing? Sure wish we could figure out whose prints these are. Though I doubt we'll be so lucky as to get the culprit's prints off the first try.
Well, I'm willing to bet the Detective Fulbright has some fingerprint data.
Right. And there's the security footage of this door, too.
Yeah, here it is. It came up in court the other day.
I wish we could see the part of the footage just after this bit.
Oh, because that would be right before the murder, wouldn't it? This is the detective. In the mood he's in, he'll probably show it to us right away.
Yeah, he's in almost too good of a mood today. So let's see if we can find him again once we're done with this room. And the robot. What am I missing? Ah, there's our camera. This must be the security camera that recorded the astronauts making their escape.
Oh, let's commemorate this occasion with a love and peace.
You're done now. Shall we move on?
Yeah, okay. But just one more for the road. Peace!
Very mature.
Don't lie, you want to do it too. Oh, look, there's a bullet hole.
A bright purple sky, plenty of greenery, and a tranquil lake. The idyllic scene stretches out as far as the eye can see. It's beautiful, but it lacks something to make it truly captivating. Bitch, I see that frag... You all see it too, don't you? That thing that looks like a spider web?
Yep, I see it too, exactly.
I swear to God, the game's not letting me look at it. I also want to find that button.
What else is it?
You know the button I'm trying to find, right?
Yeah, no one's doing that thing off.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's not it. Ah, here it is.
oh. There it is, yeah.
There's some kind of panel with two buttons on here.
Just push it. That's the invariable principle of buttons.
There are such things as buttons left unpushed. Beep. Hooray!
Hey!
The giant holographic image is gone.
Yeah, though that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now. Still, let's see if we can't find anything new with the image off. You mean like the bullet hole I pointed out? Please. Oh, look!
There.
It's still there!
How convenient!
Hey, Mr. Wright, take a look at this.
It looks like a bullet hole. Great find, Athena.
It's pretty big. Whoever fired this shot must have been using a pretty large gun.
You think
Doubt
so?
it.
Based on my experience, I'd say this was fired from a regular pistol.
Well, whatever size it was, somebody fired a gun in here, right?
Apparently, this is an important fact. Do you see a bullet around somewhere?
No, the police might have taken it, though. Let's ask Detective Fulbright about this bullet hole later. That should be everything.
Oh, goody goody, I get to use a robot voice. Hold on one moment, please. This one will do, methinks.
Welcome to the Space Center, guests. Welcome.
Yikes, what in the world?
My name is Ponko. Ponco. Ponko. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you looking around? Choose one. I will guide you.
It's a robot?
I am not a robot. I am Ponko. Psychological observation and navigation companion.
I just noticed something. You've got the same face as Widget.
The hell are you on about? We look nothing alike.
Shush.
Ponco, Ponko. And also, the little one is right. We look nothing alike. See?
Oh my god, there's two of them. Well, I'm glad that we got that cleared up.
Oh, Ponko, I missed you.
Huh? Do you know this thing, Athena?
Oh, she, showed us around the last time when I came here with Apollo. Oh, you're such a good girl, Ponko. That's a good girl.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm so happy, so very happy.
Wow, guide robot. That's pretty cool. My name's Phoenix Wright. It's nice to meet you.
I don't know you. I don't know you.
Huh? Ouch. That hurt.
Oh, she has to register people she meets for the first time. Please register him, Ponko.
Certainly. Commencing guest registration. Please tell me your name. A nickname is fine too.
His name is Phoenix.
A bit overly familiar, but I'll allow it.
Phoenix, please let me get a good look at your face.
Sure.
Registering. Facial registration sequence complete. We are now officially friends. It's nice to meet you, Phoenix.
Huh? The robot is pretty cute.
You made a friend, boss. Isn't it great?
Phoenix, Athena, allow me to guide you. Right this way.
Oh, goody. Let's go, boss.
Go where? Wait, what? Are we in the... Oh, we're in the museum. Oh, thank God. I thought we were in the launch site.
No, that's fair to assume.
Oh, okay. Woo!
I mean,
All right.
that's a nice bracket that's hanging there.
Yeah, it says Gyaxa right there in the middle. Anyways. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center, Space Museum! Look at the size of that one!
Yes.
Oh, wow, what is this place? Hang on, that never happened! Is that rocket real?
Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Learn about the history of our nation's space development and the HAT-1 project. The rocket is just a replica, but it's the same size as the real one.
The Space Museum. Oh, here it is on the map.
Okay, so it's on the exact opposite side of the main building from Launchpad 1. Okay, we got the new updated pamphlet.
Ask me anything, anything, I will explain.
No. Stop.
So let's start off with the HAT-1. This is quite the place. I can't believe we get to see a rocket this close up.
This is a replica of the HAT-1 that was launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real HAT-1, inside and out.
Exactly alike?
Its little brother, the HAT-2, was supposed to launch the other day.
I wonder if Ponko knows why the launch was canceled.
Over there is an exhibit about the launch 7 years ago. Check it out, check it out.
Space suits, photos, newspaper articles. I'd like to come here again. I'm on a day off. Hey, what's this a photo of?
Phoenix, that's a staff of the Hat 1 project.
Oh, there's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so much younger. So different.
And that's...
What is it, Athena? Is something wrong?
Oh, nothing. I just thought Mr. Starbuck looked really young too, that's all.
Well, it was 7 years ago after all. So the young guy standing next to Mr. Starbuck.
It's Clay Tarrant, the victim.
So they were mentor and protege even way back then. He's even got one of the staff jackets. Looks like a regular staff member. No.
Oh, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of Solomon's old jackets.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. Clay would have still been in high school 7 years ago. Everybody looks so happy. This space museum is great. What fantastic exhibits. That photo's gonna come in clutch, I'm telling you. This
Area used to be Launchpad 2. That's why the only entrance is on the 3rd floor.
Wouldn't it be better if they just made a new ground floor entrance instead? There
Was talk of it, but they had to scrap their plans because of the budget cuts. Budget cuts! Budget cuts! We need more money! Money! Wah!
Who would record that kind of information into a guide robot? Well,
It was in space. The Hat 1 launched a probe called Hope. The Hope probe collected some samples from an asteroid and returned 5 days ago.
that's what Director Cosmos said too. He told us it came back the day before Clay was killed. And
Here
here...
it is, the Hope space probe.
I think I've seen that logo somewhere before. Oh, I don't know, Phoenix. Maybe it was, say, right there? Let's see. Oh yeah, the capsule that the victim was carrying. I think it had the same logo. I think I can be seen in the photo attached to the autopsy report. Maybe she'll give me some more info if I show it to her. In a minute, let's talk about the launchpad layout.
The way the Space Center Launchpad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it? Would you?
The setup of the launchpad? Go gentle on my spiky-haired mind, please.
I want to know! Phoenix wants to know too! Great, now Athena's got a case of bronchitis. Hooray! I will tell you then. The rocket is built right inside the launchpad structure. When the rocket is complete, it's moved along with the launchpad over the rails.
Wait, what? And brought
Into position at the launch site.
Huh. Some of your stupid deal, man, huh?
Okay, I stand corrected. Turns out those windows won't break. Isn't
Isn't it cool? Isn't it? We used to have a big budget, so that's how we could build it all.
It's very cool. A grand setup like that suits an important place like the Space Center. I guess everyone is hoping for a bigger budget next year, myself included.
I'm guessing the whole thing is operated from the control room, huh?
That
It is, but it can also be operated from the new command center, too. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to first be disengaged.
I guess before a big move like that can be carried out, there's all kinds of procedures.
I would love to see the launch pad being moved. When's the next one scheduled for?
Searching data. All future plans have been put on hold.
Because of the bombing and the murder, I'll bet. Which is perfectly understandable.
Well, when was the last time it was moved?
Searching.
Data. I'm sorry. That answer isn't in my answer database.
I guess Bonko can only answer certain questions. Oh well. Bonko, do you recognize this capsule here in the top right? Checking.
Registered data. I know. It's the Hope capsule. It was carried inside the Hope probe.
It contained the asteroid samples, right?
Yes, it was designed to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launchpad 1 ever since it returned to Earth. It must not be removed. It must not be removed.
Don't worry, Ponko. The people in charge already know what happened.
They do?
They do. I must ask them later.
So the capsule is being kept in Launchpad 1, huh? Big Clay was trying to carry it to safety after the explosion.
The Space Center staff must have been really excited to finally get the capsule back. But it's a pity this incident occurred before they got a chance to check the contents.
Well, the police took it as evidence, so they'll have to wait a little longer. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum.
Thank you, Ponko. You explained everything very well.
I love
To explain. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Like, yeah, it's not up then.
Hold on, Doom. Don't do that. Okay,
Yeah,
let me
you
figure it
get
out
my-
myself.
You say it fucking out.
All right, what was Phoenix saying? You two are just like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently.
It's because Ponko's so friendly.
Well, what should we investigate next?
Let's go find Detective Fulbright. We have things to ask him about.
Let's see. The security footage and the fingerprint data, was it? Okay, then let's head back to Launchpad 1 corridor.
Bye, Ponko. See you later.
Come again.
Come again, and don't forget to visit the gift shop.
Poor Ponko. What a Dickensian life we are all forced to lead.
Also, you've got just turn on the voice changer.
What do you mean? The voice changer's not on.
I said very accidentally.
You cannot be heard, my guy. I literally can't understand you.
Is this better?
Yes.
You had still the voice changer on used for Pongo's voice when you voiced Athena and Phoenix for minutes earlier.
No, I turned that off.
No, on my end.
I was staring right at the buttons. Anyways, December 19th, Cosmos Space Center, Launchpad 1 corridor. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice?
There's Detective Fulbright. He still seems to be lost. Even though it's a straight corridor.
Let's hope he's still in a cooperative mood as well, then.
If he doesn't cooperate, then I'll just have to use my powers on him.
You mean that lady in distress bit? We found a bullet hole in the wall at the scene of the crime. You did! Our team found that too! It was Detective Arm who fired that bullet. Detective Arm? That's right! A warning shot for the defendant! Was it really such a high-threat situation that she needed to do that? I'm afraid I don't know the details. What with the Detective Arm being gone and all.
But I thought there were two people who discovered the crime scene together.
We already know Detective Cosmos will testify, so tomorrow will be about what he knows. Hey, you're pretty smart! That is... I apologize, stupid jets!
What happened?
You got your trams, I've got jets. Hey, you're pretty smart. That's exactly what we were planning to serve as the main course. Hope it goes down easy.
Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge.
Ah, yes, I just happen to have completed the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. This is quite a bit of data. Well, when I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackwell said to dig deep, so that's what I did. It sure took a while, though.
Whoa, he's got Apollo's and my prints, too. He's even got prints for all the robots.
I guess when Blackwell said to dig deep, Fulbright didn't bother to ask how deep.
Clay's fingerprints are here, too.
That makes sense, of course.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now then.
I still can't believe you took off his glove to get his fingerprints.
Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case. There are a lot of doors that require fingerprint verification in the lounge. So depending on whose prints we find, it can completely change the tide for both sides. Makes sense. After all, the culprit's prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow. Oh, and take this picture. It might come in handy. That's just a photo of the launch one pad door. Yep, but Prosecutor Blackwell seemed really interested in it for some reason. Huh? What's so important about this door? Beats me, but boy, could see the gears in his head go into hyperdrive at it. Sounds like this is going to be a major point of contention tomorrow.
Hey, don't forget about the print comparison, boss.
Right. Detective Fulbright, you think you could run a test for us right now? You just leave it to me. In justice we trust.
We do indeed.
Okay, here we go. Well, it looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened that security door. Must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket.
His heart must have been full of hopes and dreams for a space adventure right then.
Why did the music just stop like that?
I don't know. Okay.
No method building. Interesting. That's new thing, perhaps.
Detective, about the security footage that was taken by the boarding lounge one camera. Oh, that footage! Go ahead and ask me anything you'd like to know about it. Is there any way I could see a little more of the part just after this? Easy as pie. I'd be glad to show you. Here we go. Huh? The screen went black. Yes, apparently the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. There's no footage after this point. Ha 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 ha! Why didn't you just say so from the beginning? Something definitely seems to be up with you, Detective. You're unusually cooperative. Well, I just figure if we work together, we'll get that much closer to justice, right?
But it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you?
What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything like that. Oh, shit, the Nagatamas! It's been a long time. But those are definitely psych locks. Did you just mouth psych? Is there something I should be psyched out about? No, it's psych lock. It's a system of locks on the secrets in a person's heart. I can see when people are trying to hide those secrets by using the power of my Nagatama. Evidence can break those locks and reveal any secrets they're hiding. Mr. Wright, how much do they bilk you out of that piece of rock? If you've been swindled, I know some lawyers I can introduce you to. I'm more than capable of representing myself, thank you very much. Isn't it some sort of fraud? It isn't some sort of fraud. It really works. A friend gave it to me a long time ago. But I guess seeing is believing. Allow me to show you. Let's see what presenting the Nagatama will reveal, shall we?
Take that!
Why are you being cooperative? I think you're hiding something, Detective, so why don't you just tell us about it? What to do? Which path is the path of justice? Detective Fulbright is really in agony. I bet this is the issue he's so torn up over. Definitely justice. I really understand what's been bothering you, Detective. I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principles. Isn't that right? No! I don't know what you're talking about! Until the explosions occurred, everything was just fine! Like that? Yup, peaceful as peaceful can be! Everyone's whistling in a happy tune as they did their job. You never saw a more relaxed guard detail in a routine rocket launch. I don't think the guard detail was relaxed in claim so long as this exists. Take that!
There must be something wrong with my sunglasses today. You aren't presenting that to me as evidence, are you? Making fun of me? It's just as I said.
The bullet.
Take that!
Nope. Hold on, hold on. Riot police!
Take that!
Before the explosions, what was supposed to happen here was a rocket launch. And yet security was so tight, they even brought in a special task force. I'd hardly describe that as a relaxed guard detail. There was even riot police.
Now, hold on, just one moment. The entire nation had their eyes on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I was called in on a special security detail.
Versatile as you are, I can certainly believe that's true. But I say it's very strange that this person would be a part of that detail from the outset. Why was Candace even here? Why was the bomb squad here?
Take that!
Detective Arms specialized in bomb cases. The fact that she was here on hand means that you people knew there was a possibility that a bombing was gonna happen.
You got me, Mr. Rice!
They knew the bomb was gonna happen? Explain yourself!
All right, I concede. You win. It's just as you say. A few days before the launch, they were warned about a potential bombing, but the plan to launch went ahead in spite of the threat.
But why? What were they planning to do if someone got hurt or killed?
Yes, I know. The decision to move forward wasn't exactly just, was it?
How was the warning delivered?
By phone, and directly to Director Cosmos. But the police department instructed everybody to keep it under wraps.
That's a big thing to keep quiet about. No wonder you were so upset.
But it's not only that. I've been distraught about Prosecutor Blackwell as well.
Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties.
That's not it. It's a question of justice. I've been wondering about why he's allowed to stand in court.
The reason he's still prosecuting? Detective Fulbright, please tell us everything you know.
Well, talking to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules.
Never mind that. What rules are but things? What are rules but things to be broken, right?
Well, to tell the truth, I think a prisoner acts as prosecutor is highly irregular.
I think we guessed that much.
So why is it being allowed? I've been wondering about it and wondering and wondering and wondering.
So you weren't told why either, huh?
No. I guess the order came from pretty high up at the ladder.
Yeah, it would have to have.
Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the Phantom of the 7 years past continues even still.
7 years past?
Phantom, huh? Not one of the friendly variety, I gather. This Phantom of 7 years past. Any idea who or what he was talking about?
Not a clue. But he seems to think that this Phantom is behind the whole incident somehow.
Wait a minute. He thinks they may be connected to this case?
Yup. This case has way too many similarities with what happened 7 years ago. For starters, that case happened right here in the very Space Center. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone.
So that's why Prosecutor Blackwell thinks this incident is the work of the Phantom?
Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, if you want to talk about 7 years ago, that's when Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty of murder. That messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law. So you see how the Phantom and Prosecutor Blackwell's conviction might be related.
Yeah, I can see why he'd think that. This incident in the Phantom, not to mention Blackwell's past. It's almost inconceivable that they would be not to a head here.
This might sound crazy, but Prosecutor Blackwell can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is this Phantom person, right? I mean, he was acting kind of strange during the last trial and all.
Silence!
Yeah, it's the complete opposite of things. He wasn't ready. No, I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbuck is his phantom. But I do get the feeling that he thinks the defendant has ties to them. Which is why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck. And that's not real justice! I've always trusted in Prosecutor Blackwell, and his judgment until now. But this time, I'm just so overwrought about it all. If he's lost his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid I might have to lead to a false conviction. Never seen Detective Fulbright so tormented. This must be why he's so cooperative. Don't worry. That's exactly what we defense lawyers are working to prevent. I feel bad for Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm going to be rooting for your team this time. But don't tell him that. You have to promise me you won't. Detective Fulbright. Guess I was wrong about you. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and fear and tear the defendant apart. You are the only ones who can stop him in court.
You really care about what's best for Prosecutor Blackwell, don't you, Detective?
Leave the courtroom to us. It's not like we have a guilty verdict either. I was hoping you would say that. I'm really grateful for the both of you. To show my thanks, I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. I saw her hanging out in the Space Center entrance a little while ago.
Really? Let's go find her, Mr. Wright.
Thank you both. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off of my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. In justice we trust. On 3, 1, 2, 3. In justice we trust. Okay, later.
There he goes.
Wait, were we supposed to say in justice we trust back there too?
Let's go see what that witness now.
All right, the Space Center entrance it is. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center entrance. The witness must be around here somewhere. What?
Hello? Hello?
Uh-oh. Don't tell me the witness is a robot.
Hello, come over here.
Hello? Hello? Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you... I am Quanco. Shall I guide you? To guide you...
I don't know why, but this robot is kind of freaking me out.
Hey, you're not supposed to be wandering around. Again? I've had it with you, hunk of junk. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah. I'm outside. Am I wandering? When did that happen?
Okay, welcome back, you hunk of junk. You don't know how close you came. If you didn't snap out of it, I'm gonna put you on the curb on trash day. Nothing works better than 4.25 degree karate chop.
That's pretty specific. Excuse me, but are you the one who witnessed the murder? Oh, and I'm Phoenix Wright, the lead attorney for the case. How do you do?
Huh. Big shot lawyers, huh? I'm Aura Black.
Uh-oh.
I'm a researcher developing robots here at the Cosmos Space Center.
Blackwell? Could she be...
And this good-for-nothing robot is named Hunk of Junk. My name is...
Hunk of junk. My name is Klonko. That's mean, Miss Aura.
Quit complaining. Your model number is Ponko 2. Yeah.
But Miss Aura, everyone calls me Klonko.
Wait, you're squawking already. No.
What are you doing? No, don't.
There. I bet you won't be talking back now. Gah.
I will obey completely.
Yikes. I better watch what wires I cross with this one. Oh dear. Well, let's get right into the fire, shall we? So, your last name is Blackwell. Do you have a relative in the legal profession? You are
Correct. Simon Blackwell, who used to be a prosecutor, is...
Shut up. Only speak when I order you to speak. Simon is my little brother. You know him?
Yes. We met him in court a few times. Right, Athena?
Mm. What a dull creature. Has the switch been turned off?
Athena being shy? This is new.
Oh yeah, I heard he was prosecuting again, despite being a prisoner. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes among inmates in prison, right? Hey, what do you think, hunk of junk?
Yeah.
Miss Aura, that hurts.
I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me, you useless hunk of junk?
Question. Why did you put pain receptors in the robot?
But
Miss Aura, you told me only to speak when you order me to speak.
I told you to never talk back to me. You're worth more as scrap.
Robot abuse, hawk attacks. Blackwell family life must sure be interesting.
Well, do you have any other questions? Wait, of course you do. You're a lawyer. It's not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I just want to get this over with.
Okay, fine. So, you're the person who witnessed the incident?
That's right. I was on the 4th floor of the main building. In the robotics lab. The explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. How could they have used the ladders in the other rooms?
It's been a very troubling experience. Probably just best to humor her here.
Then, as I passed by the 3rd floor boarding lounge window on my way down, I saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it.
So you saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it. I see. Wait, what? You saw it being committed? This is no time to just nod and repeat. So you saw into the 3rd floor lounge. The very scene of the crime.
That's right. There's a small window on the right-hand side of the room. I looked through that from the outside. The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand. And a knife in their right.
That must have been the culprit. Did you see who that person was?
Of course not. The power was out on that floor then. There's only that tiny window.
I see. But you did witness the moment of the murder.
Yes, I saw the figure with a lighter raise their knife and... Well, you know the rest. It happened at precisely 10 a.m.
Did you witness anything else? Like, did the killer have any distinguishing features?
I already told you it was pitch black in there. Although, I did notice that the lighter the person had in their left hand had a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like a little Earth emblem. It had good taste in knickknacks anyway.
An Earth emblem on the lighter? I better remember that. Thank you for your statement. We'll definitely prove Mr. Starbuck's innocence with it.
Yeah, right. I won't hold my breath.
Pardon me?
Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Sorry. I just detest lawyers. That's all.
What don't you like about lawyers?
It's just an instinctive dislike. But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more.
That didn't make me feel any better, actually. Oh dear. Why do you hate lawyers so much?
I don't think from my past. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place.
I certainly don't agree.
I mean, people are imperfect. They lie, they're influenced by silly emotions. You can't expect such imperfect creatures to uphold a reasonable system of law. I like robots much better. Even sad sacks like this one. Hey, you! Look alive there!
Yes. Here I go. I am the ultimate robot. I can operate and evacuate safely robots from the world out.
Alright, that's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away.
Yeah.
What was I doing?
Yep, I like robots much better. At least you can make them any way you want them. Unlike humans with their petty emotions and constant worries. How can you say such things? Feeling emotions, worrying about the things we care about, that's what makes us human. Well, the girl finally talks. And she starts with a speech. That's what makes us human? You mean getting angry and snorting like that? Rational thought. That's what separates humans from animals. Unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. But that's nothing to be ashamed of. It must be mine. It must be nice to have such a simple mind. Can I punch your boss?
Get a hold of yourself, Athena.
Humans are certainly absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. Tell me, with people like you in charge, how can I possibly trust the legal system?
So she distrusts not only lawyers and prosecutors, but the whole legal system? What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter?
Even if somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial, because I'd much rather kill them myself.
You can't be serious.
That thing you're wearing around your neck.
Huh? Oh, this?
Around Athena's neck. Does she mean widget?
Oh, I get it. Well, well. Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle.
Her royal what? Is she talking about Athena?
By the way, I heard the rumors. Our director is going to be the star witness in the court tomorrow, right?
Director Cosmos? Yeah, that's right.
You poor things. You better be careful. That old man is a big liar. And a huge braggart.
What?
He might seem like a bigwig, but the center has all kinds of problems. He has a lot of skeletons in his closet. But it's your problem, so why should I care?
What? That's it? No friendly tips? No good luck, guys? Just splendid.
I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, you hunk of junk.
Athena? It's sad to me that she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. She must have had a very bad experience to make her feel that way. You alright, Athena? You seem down.
I just can't believe she said all those things.
Wow, she's really upset. She's been trying not to let it show all this time? Well, I guess it's not all that surprising. You hear about the fabricated evidence and false indictments on the news all the time.
You mean that whole dark age of the law nonsense again?
So sick of hearing about that.
Well, all we can do is believe in what we're doing.
Yeah. You're right, boss. I agree.
Maybe it's time we head back to see Mr. Starbuck.
Good idea. We should tell him about the bullet and Miss Blackwell's statement.
Alright then. Next stop, the detention center. December 19th, detention center, visitors room. My lawyers are here. It must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moment of murder through the lounge window during her escape. Really? So they're gonna let me go? Unfortunately, it was dark, and she couldn't identify the person. Oh, I should have known, man. My stars never aligned just right, too.
But we got a lead too, Mr. Starbuck. The murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it.
A lighter with an Earth emblem? Don't you dare! Oh!
Do you remember something?
Yep, I sure did. Just a little bit, though. Anything at all would be a help. So please, tell us what you remember. I thought I was unconscious the whole time, but now I remember. I woke up for a few moments.
That's huge! Do you remember seeing anything?
A lighter.
and saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. Good, good. What else did you see? What was nearby? It's definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been after Clay carried me there. The light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. Dark shadow. That must have been the third party we've been looking for. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more help than you know.
If we can prove there was a third person at the scene, and that they're the real killer, then you'll be cleared of all suspicion.
The key will be whether or not we can identify this third person in court tomorrow. At least we have something to go on now. That's a big plus. We should probably tidy the evidence up a bit before someone mistakes me for a hoarder. Irrelevant evidence has been tidied up.
Now that we have a glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving. Why don't we go back to the office and treat ourselves to a nice big celebration in advance?
Someone who is highly empathetic. You can be surprisingly unsympathetic. Although... December 19th, right? Anything agency.
So you found your strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Dad.
Well, it's one step towards forward anyway. Hopefully it'll give us a fighting chance in court. As long as we can find out who this third person is.
Now let's get something to eat. I'm starving. My vote is for Eldon's noodles.
Hmm?
Oh, Apollo!
What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine, and I'm done lying around.
Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Give the case to us. We'll take it from here.
Thanks, but it's not an option. Not for me. Apollo. You shouldn't be underestimating your injuries, Apollo. I don't want you overdoing it. I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Besides, they just gave me an IV at the clinic. IV isn't a cure-all, mummy man. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress?
A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think they must be the real killer.
It's a suspicious figure, huh? Right. I thought you'd be happier than that. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm happy. And I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that.
Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo?
That's right. Best friend since junior high.
Sounds like me and Judy. So what was Clay like?
Well, he was full of compassion and energy. He had a really, really loud voice.
If the two of you did voice tuning together now, I bet you break a few windows.
You know, I bet you're right. Seems like only yesterday. Clay was a guy who lived for his dreams. We used to talk about it a lot. He's gonna be an astronaut and me a lawyer. We talk well into the night, and even then, we'd never grow tired of it. Apollo, about that jacket. Oh, it's Clay's. I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the Hat 2 mission. He always looks so proud wearing this thing. But just when his dream was finally coming true, I still can't believe it. Damn it, it's not fair! Apollo, I hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone. I guess we're both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. I guess you're right on some level. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. That was a rough time for me, but Clay refused to let me quit. You're fine, he'd say. Don't give up. It was right during his screening exams, too. I couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. That you're fine of his is why I'm still standing here today. You're fine, huh? You're fine, and I'm fine. They were like your catchphrases, weren't they? Something like that. Sure brings back memories.
When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident. But he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night, I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard.
Stop. Mom! Mom! Get away, Apollo! Don't come over here! Stop!
Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother either.
Huh?
He doesn't have a mother at this point in time.
I always think everybody else has a mom. Why am I the only one? But you know, when I start to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler that I'm fine. And then you know what? I start to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine! Okay, Clay, now it's your turn.
Okay. Clay Terran is fine.
There you go! Now we're both fine. Haha.
We're fine. We're fine.
What are you laughing about? See? We're fine.
You laughed first. I'm fine. You're fine. We're both fine. Children's laughter. Thanks, Apollo. When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. As long as you don't give up, you can keep on fighting. That's what we believe. As long as you don't give up. Was there someone else who said something similar? Clay called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. I wonder if I can be a good role model for my staff like Mr. Starbuck. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence.
What? What? Wait, what do you mean by a leave?
You're really serious. Can you at least give me a reason why? When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer. Myself.
But that's our goal too!
I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth. The truth, huh? It's a noble cause. But what if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different? I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo? I'm going to catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life in my own way. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Now, I have to be going. Goodbye.
Goodbye? Did he just say goodbye? I sensed a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also suspicion. He's not looking out on us like that. I'm gonna go talk some sense into him.
Hold on, Athena. Apollo can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should be the same. I think the quicker way to solve this case, the better it will be for Apollo.
Yeah, you're right, boss.
Alright, that's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, alright? Oh, this is gonna be a doozy, isn't it? If you were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything is fine. I just hope things really do turn out that way tomorrow. Alright. So, I decided that I'm going to keep going until the next time we get to save. But for right this second, I'm really thirsty. I'm going to go grab a drink. So, I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, folks, we're back. Sorry about that. I had to take care of something that is kind of dumb, but I think it's worth it. I decided to commemorate the occasion. Save our progress. Oh, I ordered myself a little something to celebrate the occasion of reaching 300 subscribers. I'll share what I got in a community post when it gets here. Needless to hey, you know what? Hold on. No, you get to be heard now. You just said, "Oh boy." Newsflash, my guy. It has something to do with this game.
Oh, wait. No, I have a feeling I know what it is.
Well, don't go spoiling it, otherwise I will kick you from the call.
No, don't worry.
And save here, yes. Okay, let's continue. So, I'm feeling of going for about another hour and a half. Maybe 2 hours at most.
Fair.
But for right now, December 20th, 10:15 a.m., District Courtroom number 5, because courtroom number 4 has been exploded. Court is now in session. All rise. Where the hell's the judge? I suppose we should reconvene this trial of Solomon Starbuck or something.
Objection!
Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise. Oh, yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. Boom. And then Mr. Tenate self-destructed.
Yep, he did. Well, not really, but...
I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Mr. Tenate. By the way, I'm sorry if I go quiet for a second. I have a ginger ale. Anyways, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tenate's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense. You have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far. Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? Huh? I take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time? Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of the colorful prosecutors. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts. Oh, boy. Let me tell you about the time that we had a Phoenix impersonator. A what? I'll tell you later.
I mean, we've had
the
Pain and Twerp, the Von Karmas, Godot, when we were talking about all the prosecutors.
Don't forget El Tigre.
Oh yeah, I forgot Tigre was also one.
Oh man, how the hell would we dub him? Oh man.
Oh, that's a good fucking question.
Oh, that sounds like fun. I give it a try. Anyways, before we get off topic. Let's see here. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Terran, escaped from the launch pad 1 carrying the defendant Solomon Starbuck. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and the rockets itself. The two astronauts used the launch pad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. How could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. But Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed on the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice's argument was correct.
So that means the testimonies of the first two people on the scene are suspect.
However... yeah, Arm is dead, so Cosmos is our only witness. And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, the courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold. That accursed fellow, he killed my witness. He killed Detective Arm.
He definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw.
Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of this trial. It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Fulbright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues that there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
He makes such a reckless claim in a courtroom makes a bold man. Or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dotty already? Old man.
Objection!
Uh-oh. We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. In my case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene.
They saw a third person.
I see my sister has been running her mouth. That's right. I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister. No matter. She didn't see this mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there is no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant. I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there. In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of the one of the first people on the scene.
Director Cosmos, huh?
Very well. Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. Why? I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers.
Of course you have! Of course you have! But I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was, of course, named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Don't you have anything you want to say or ask me?
Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging.
7 years ago, I successfully launched the Hat Warning.
Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. So, could you please proceed directly to your important testimony?
See this fine young lad has a proper appreciation of greatness. It allowed me to begin my vocal testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history.
That speech of Prosecutor Blackwell's just now. It sounded more like me he was poking fun at Director Cosmos.
It's probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head.
Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please.
If you say so. Let's see here. What I saw at the scene. Detective Arm and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Terran lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck.
I see. So in your testimony, you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge, and just after the victim had been killed.
Oh, the huh? You made it. But what I said is what I saw, and what I saw was what I said. Courageous action to take in face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say? To save my men, I personally went into the epicenter of danger. Risking my own life for theirs.
What do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men.
Yeah. Although it sounds like more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away.
Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm gonna have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. If you all don't mind, I'm only gonna do his voice for new lines, as much as I love my old man voice. By the way, that reminds me, I need to talk to you and Moss after this because apparently House is the most popular thing on my channel now. Hold it! Where were you coming from?
6th floor! We were making sure any stragglers made their way down to the 4th floor. It was then we heard about Starbuck and Terran and hurried to the 3rd floor lounge. On my galactic scooter here, of course.
Why do you keep calling it galactic? Does that have something to do with space?
Of course! It's specifically designed to be used on a galactic battleship.
I see. And I take it works in 0G too?
Sadly, no. But the current state of technology as it is, I'm afraid it would just float about and be practically useless. Galactically useless.
That's a galactic bummer.
I see. So you rushed to the boarding lounge in a space-age pogo stick. And when you got to the street, what did you see?
Hold it! Let's see. According to this diagram, you didn't have to go through the control room to get to the boarding lounge. It looks like you could have gone there from the southern corridor as well.
Yes, but in her haste, Detective Arm rushed ahead of me towards the control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her.
I see. Wait. No, that doesn't make sense. Time out. Only you had the fingerprints through that thing.
So we peeked into the boarding lounge from the control room door and we saw a figure standing there in the middle of the lounge and Terran lying on the floor.
Hold it! So you couldn't see what that figure was doing, clearly, or what they were doing, or who they were?
Sadly, the only thing I could tell was that it was a person standing motionless.
Then, no doubt. Don't you guys guess that indeed. What other explanation is there? Yeah, I'm so close. Without evidence, I can't prove the person is a third party.
I don't relish in this, and I hate to say it. I can only imagine the figure standing there must have been Starbuck.
Hold it! Laura Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge. She gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly?
No, not clearly. The lantern they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time. But other than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Terran, but I couldn't see who the other person was.
So for all you know, it might not have been Starbuck, isn't that right?
I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct, Great Space Center Director?
Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Terran were there at that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark, and the figure vanished.
You mean they disappeared? That's all.
Objection!
The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was offended. The witnesses weren't looking. He fell to the floor and fainted unconscious.
Hold it!
Hold on. Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off of the scene?
Just for a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by.
If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped using that as time.
But what escape route could this person have used? Direct opposite of the control room, the southern door to the elevators.
There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
Objection!
All things are possible, right, Dono? The real question is, do you have any proof? Well, if we're just talking possibilities, we could each profess whatever we like. All an inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say. But There is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon. As long as they don't punish us in the name of the said moon for what we've done to it. Yikes. But I say, where is your proof that this quaint kingdom exists?
He's calling your theory a work of fiction, boss.
Right. I don't have any proof yet. Still. Southern door was possible escape. Better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question?
Yes?
Why did you look away from the boarding lounge?
There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arms saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her.
What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure?
I imagine her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer.
I don't know about that. Were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun?
I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly and then she fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure.
This information about Detective Arm's actions sounds crucially important. Please add it to your testimony.
There's only 1 bullet hole, though.
Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots at the figure.
Objection!
Are you sure they were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing?
You doubt my words! Words that will someday be written down in history books!
Somehow, I don't think those exact words will ever be written down in any history books.
Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand?
You say this Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene.
What?
Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was fired only once. And yet, Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. No editor would ever allow such a glaring contradiction in defending history.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirm that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
Then where's the other bullet?
But there's only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did that other bullet vanish to?
Ah!
You should know the answer to that already. I should? During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. You've got to be kidding me. We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun, the same caliber as the detective's gun.
What?
Wait. But why would the victim's oxygen tank be hit? What's going on here?
That's a good question. A very good question.
What the hell is going on here? That means that Detective Arm shot Clay, who would be standing. Was he the one with the lighter? What's going on here?
Could be. Could be. To be honest, I have not anything anymore about this case. I'm not gonna lie.
The rifling marks also match up. There is no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Rifling marks. They're like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet, correct? And examining the rifling marks on a bullet can tell us the gun it was fired from.
One of the bullets that the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank.
Can I speak now?
What is it about?
Now, remember I was about 10 calibers nowhere, and this is about the actual gun in game, but
What exists in real life?
10 caliber handguns.
What?
No, remember my question. not searching up if 10 caliber handguns are actual.
Oh yeah, they do exist. I'm sure of it. Like I said, they're very, very small guns.
Yep, I searched up. Apparently, the Glock 20 falls on one of those, from what it says.
Oh, cool. Anyways, the evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots. My beautiful contradiction. Gone. All gone.
So that bullet hole was from a .38 caliber, huh? I better update the record.
Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions? Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display, and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? Not even close! No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun. But that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person. Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene? This 10mm bullet. Take that! And what is this metal pellet supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor. You found it where? In a floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, it is a 10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than the one in Detective Arm's .38 calibers. Then that means... Exactly. One more person must have been in the lounge. A third person who had a gun that could fire 10 caliber bullets. Yeah.
Wait.
And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. This third person fired at Detective Arm and the detective and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos?
It looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival! Yes, you're absolutely correct! A mystery person fired upon us!
Watch this now!
Oh, there goes the old prosecution's case on.
What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before. We can get this case finished by today. So, will it be within the next hour, Moss? I'm not sure. Breathe a word of any of this to me before.
All great men have a secret or two, don't you know?
Foolish geezer. The Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom you are just another witness.
Oh, how I wish it worked in real life like that.
You won't receive special treatment here. Now, give us accurate testimony.
Imagine if real life works by H3, it would be so stupid.
Hey, if a dullard like me can get through all the Ace Attorney games with only a couple of mistakes, anybody can be a good lawyer. Now then.
Detective Bond and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and tearing on the floor. We shoved the control room to the east where the figure found us.
He's lying.
You're lying, old geezer. Stop lying.
Let me tell you how I know he's lying. That bullet is in the exact opposite fucking direction of where we found it.
Yep.
So unless it ricocheted like 6 times, no. And by the way, 10mm bullets don't have a lot of power.
Yep.
I have heard stories of a 10mm bullet bouncing off of the bone in the skull plate.
What?
Believe it or not, right between the eyes is one of the toughest parts of the human skull. I have heard stories of 10mm
no, not 10 millimeter, 9mm and 10 caliber bullets just going bouncing right off. So yeah, no, this 10mm gun, not happening. You're a lying sack of shit, old man. Now then,
Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant?
not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are tricky lots. Mishandle one, and it's you who will be cut down. Huh? Your reasoning could apply if Spaceboy were the killer as well. Think about it. Being discovered, he could have fired the 10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was regain consciousness and to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by the police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
But you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove that possibility. And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence. What evidence? Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, of course. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit. We did forget about that! Look, your baldness. How deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine.
Wow, he sliced through our third person's theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that?
Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot. What did it hit exactly?
It hit me.
So does that mean you're a ghost?
I was wondering when you would realize your baldness. Director Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He can't even pass through walls. Blackwell, stop messing with the judge!
Objection! Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman.
Your baldness, it was all in jest. Please, show yourself again.
You little shit!
Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos?
I'm glad you asked! It was a miracle! A miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself! A bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, but by ricochet, thus saving my life!
What?
That's reasonable! Damn it! That's unbelievable. But reasonable. I've heard weirder stories about bullets hitting things.
I have to check this out. Oh, look. Wow, there's one extra Galaxy star.
The odds are literally astronomical. Because it really was a miracle.
It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos.
Well, why did you conceal this information, Director?
A great man such as myself has to hide these things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It's a plan that's truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand. I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding?
Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out.
Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room, and tearing on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired us. Okay, so Director Cosmos was in the control room to the east.
While he was there, he was shot by someone with a 10 caliber gun.
But the bullet hit his mental, so he was able to escape with his life. He's a very lucky man. No wonder people think he's great.
Hey, I'm pretty lucky myself. So if he's a great man, then I'm the king of all the cosmos. Let's press everything now, shall we?
Hold it!
We've already heard all about that part. Don't you have any new information?
Well, let me see. If you have an hour or two, I can tell you all about the one miracle.
We already know all about that too. Tell us about something related to this incident.
Let's see. You want to know about incidents? Well then, let me tell you about the many incidents that made me the man that I am today. Yes, if you have the time, I will tell you all about the upbringings of this great man.
Hold it!
You've told us all about that already as well. What we need now is your testimony.
Did I really already tell you all about my upbringing? I don't recall doing so.
Director Cosmos, perhaps you could save your boastful tales for later.
If I must. Well, we peeked in through the control room door and...
Well, that brought us nowhere.
Hold it!
But it was so dark you couldn't see that figure's face. Isn't that right?
Yes, the room was as deep and dark as outer space itself. Speaking of outer space, there Hat one launched 7 years ago.
If it's about that Hat 1 miracle again, you can saw it off and tell it to a straight butts.
Excellent idea. No reason why the animal shouldn't hear my greatness.
And so we shall. But first, your testimony. What happened next?
Hold it!
So, in other words, you were fired at while you were in the control room door.
That is correct.
There's something not quite right about that. Director Cosmos, the bullet this person fired hit you, isn't that right?
Yes, it was a miracle. A miracle inventing a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet, the figure fired hit me while I was in the control room. But as the Cosmos would have it, the bullet bounced off my glorious metal.
The bullet should have gone up somewhere around the control room door.
Okay, so Director Cosmos was in the control room to the east.
I need to present something here. Nope.
The bullet hole, perhaps?
Not the bullet hole. Maybe the bullet itself?
Could be worth a shot.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's worth a shot.
Objection!
Yay! The music stopped!
I remember that as well.
Director Cosmos, I believe you are telling this court a great, glorious lie.
A great man like me? Tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history?
My accusation is based on the positions of the people who are in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door. And the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled into this direction. However, we found the 10 caliber bullet here.
Oh!
This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you? The bullet is metal. Of this, there's no mistake.
Objection!
But, in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you can explain this inconsistency? course. I didn't think so. What? Oh, great Director Cosmos.
Yeah? Is there something you'd like me to expand upon?
You were, in fact, not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south. Is that not right?
Ah!
What are you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some use other than causing a bird's nest.
Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair?
Director Cosmos, the detective, witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south.
Ah, that would make some sense, actually.
Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution. Huh? I've got a bad feeling about this one. How about it, Director? Don't tell the truth this time.
Oh, he broke the shackles again. Yikes! His handcuffs!
You will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man.
All right. Tell the truth, just put your sword away! You're correct! Ah, the great Yuri Cosmos was looking into the room for the southern door!
What? That's the complete opposite of all the testimony he's given so far. Now you have lost both your possibility that a third person was in the room. I have? How? The director and the detective were near the southern door, meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required print recognition. The corridor beyond was full of smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints. In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one.
Ah!
My third person just disappeared! Like in one of Trucy's magic tricks.
Order! Order in this court! Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie?
You were covering for the defendant. Isn't that right?
Yes! It was all for the love of my men! If I said I was in the eastern control room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door! It would have meant that there would have been a third person! All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck! Said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person!
What a convoluted lie.
Are you really covering for the defendant?
It looks like we've come to a conclusion. That the defendant's argument, the possibility of a third person, has crumbled.
No!
It's over.
Yikes. The judge is about to hand down his verdict.
Think, Phoenix, think.
This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. The third person had no way of escaping the scene. What if one of the people in the scene was the third person?
Wait, what if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmos said that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together. What if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? If that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person.
The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility.
Oh, this had better be good, Mr. Wright.
There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene. And that person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room. Using an escape route that was accessible only to them.
Very well. Let's hear more about this theory. Who is this one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge?
Well, duh, it's Yuri Cosmos. He's the only one who could have had access through the other doors.
Take that!
What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here?
Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all.
But that means...
Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos.
Yeah?
What?
What?
Order! Order in this court! I say, Mr. Wright, you explain yourself in more detail!
I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots.
I'm hit on the starboard side! Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir. Magnificent shot. Warning shots fired from the enemy ship! Intercept!
Cosmos, you have told a lie in this court once again.
I've been hit! I'm hit on the port side! It's called reinforcements!
Earth to Cosmos Control Center, requesting permission to ask that you return to reality.
But my ship will not come down unless in the ultimate weapon of evidence!
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scar. If Director Cosmos is the third person our Blackwell saw, this third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Wait, that means that it was Detective Arm who fired at Cosmos! That means it's from her gun! Director Cosmos was the one who fired the 10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the third party will be all the proof we need to prove that you were the one there in the lounge.
Break for further impact!
Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge. The bullet from Arm's gun.
Take that!
We just need to make sure that it matches up with the scar that it left. 38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos' metal. If we have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a 38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for.
Yeah! The bridge is destroyed! There's no to! All hands abandon ship!
That's true. And what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was a 10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director?
No! You got it all wrong! What? It just started again! It's a miracle! I'm not going down yet!
Witness, Officer wants to confess the truth.
If you don't want the history books to say what a great man was a great liar,
then accept your fate and tell the truth. Are you giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center? Yeah, but the Cosmos revolves around me. Stop singing. Get me off of this!
I think he broke it.
Order! Order in this court! And will someone please stop the witness from spinning? Yeah, thank goodness we were able to stop him spinning from the face of the earth.
While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running the analysis on the mark on the metal. It was made with a .38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm.
Are you ready to confess the truth, witness?
No! You got it all wrong! This is just a misunderstanding! Is he gonna start pulling on more lies?
It looks like it. No matter how many times he lies, how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. Oh, wait, to be continued? What?
Irish. Huh. Interesting.
Hey, Moss, are you there? I hope he's in the chat right now.
You
know what? I'll just message him on Discord. Just a moment, everyone.
I can't that guy stay with us for 1 fucking second.
Don't blame him. He should be here any minute. I hope. In any case, I'm gonna save.
Metal Alchemist. Oh, I got not much to say myself.
He says I can get it finished by today. Tell you what. We'll go for an hour. Actually, I'll go for 2 since I started late today.
Director Cosmos. A new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you were this third person.
Forgive me! I'm so sorry!
For the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous her. I only have one question for you. Shall I send you off quickly or very quickly? The evidence doesn't lie, Director, so don't try to talk your way out of this.
Fine, now tell the truth! It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired a one-shot at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. Then I went past the elevators and all the way around to the boarding lounge 1 again. I came up behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second on the scene.
What a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts.
I see. So then, are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim?
Of course I am. When I arrived in the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Harry Cosmos was a history-making witness.
Now hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Athora Blackwell saw was you.
No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, I would have covered for stuff. It's leaving to take the fall.
Old man's got a point.
That is an excellent point.
All he would have to do is say that he saw Starbuck, went in to go and apprehend him, then Detective Arm just shot him and had a misunderstanding.
Yep.
Well, it makes sense. Some sense, at least, if he told those lies to cover for Starbuck.
Still, a lie's a lie, I think. Hold on, I'm getting pinged. Is that Moss?
Yeah, he probably is.
Nope, that's not Moss. Okay.
God
So
damn it.
Director Cosmos claims he's not the killer, Where's the proof? I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said that she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct?
Yes, and?
Well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you like. They'll corroborate me.
The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm that he has an alibi for the time specified. So, you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m. and that you arrived on the lounge after that?
Yes, and I believe the person I saw is the same person Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. And I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an earthling.
As long as he has an alibi, he can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer.
No, we can't. And again, maybe we don't need to. I wonder if he really was covering for Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw.
Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, please.
As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer fired a gun at me. I had to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they vanished in the thin air. I was near the elevator side door, and, well, the launch pad had one door. And the control room door should have been shut right down to the killer.
So you were shot at by the killer as well? And then they disappeared.
Yeah, though luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a bang. That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured.
Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal.
That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember?
We never did figure out how the tank exploded. Right.
Yeah.
What a mess this is turning into. So let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Terran and his killer, the culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him.
Right, but it actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it.
And then the killer...
Yeah, that doesn't make sense, but let's move on.
And then the killer disappeared, and the director went into the boarding lounge.
I actually capable. Hold on. I'll search this up real quick.
Search up what?
No, if it's possible in real life or thing like that to happen, where a bullet is actually able to rupture an oxygen tank.
Actually, it depends on the bullet. And the tank. And a lot of factors. I don't know. But Mythbusters tried it.
When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him, judging by his metal, it looks like one of them almost took him out, too.
Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared.
I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot, but when I peeped back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. She's in the lounge straight away to investigate. What I found was Terran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor.
It's interesting from what
So
I
we have
found.
a culprit who vanished from the scene that had no escape route.
Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence!
A riddle of the ages, indeed. But I'd rather know how a fibbing leech such as you can be landed is great. Uh-oh, now you've done it.
A great man is always misunderstood by his own time, and has remained true to himself even if those around him don't understand.
Wow, that might be the first true statement he said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly? Simple, because it was Spaceboy himself. When he was spotted by the director and Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take up all the mystery out of the idea of vanishing culprits. I want to raise an objection. I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor?
No, because it was dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room.
Wasn't exactly helpful. I'm
prepared to accept or surrender, right, Dono? I can't find any holes in this testimony. But I can't give up.
Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help?
Huh?
While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord.
Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This might just help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him.
You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me.
Do the thing.
Yay, I get to have fun.
I tried to enter the lounge. True killer inside fired a gun at me. Why is he sad? I hid to avoid getting shot. When I tried to get another look, they had vanished. Why wasn't he surprised? I was near the elevator side door. And, well, the launch pad door and the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
There's something else that doesn't fit up.
There's a lot of things that don't add up here. Talk about mixed feelings. You must be trying to account for a number of contradictions. Mr. Wright, maybe this time we shouldn't just look for contradictory emotions. Look for emotions that should be there, but aren't. He felt very shaken and distressed all the time. Focus on the fluctuation in his emotions and see what we can uncover.
Why is he angry here too as well?
No, being shot at would obviously make someone angry, but sad? When we view your emotions alongside your testimony, we find this unexpected emotion. Wait a minute. There really isn't anything strange here.
I don't know, but I think maybe we made a mistake, Mr. Wright.
I think maybe you're right.
Let's take another look.
Ain't no surprise.
Why weren't you surprised that they vanished? You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air. I don't know how long you have, but you should be close to the end of it. Okay. In that case, it should be fine.
I did. That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually.
And yet, at the time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence.
What? Why are you...
I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went. Isn't that right?
What? No, of course not. That's preposterous. Only I can enter the control room. And the area beyond the launch pad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. As for the southern door, I was there. I was standing right there. There's nowhere for the killer to run to.
Maybe. Maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Terran, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door?
I highly doubt it. As you recall, right after I entered the lounge, I got shot. Detective Vaughn came rushing towards it herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her.
And yet the director wasn't surprised when the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use?
It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him.
Okay. Back to the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory.
Why are you sad?
That's an excellent question there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launch pad door.
The great Yuri Cosmos! Afraid? What kind of work basis do you have with that outlandish accusation?
Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it.
Most certainly not.
Director Cosmos, there's something about the launch pad door you're not telling us, isn't there?
Not again! Wow, he's speechless. It looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. I'll just input those 2 pieces of data and... Yeah, just like I wanted to see. Presto changeo! Let's Discord. Looks like we're on the right track.
Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we're learning. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad seems to make him pretty easy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the launch pad 1 door. That fucker was wide open! Now, when we put these 2 pieces together, only one solution to the puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here?
Take that!
The culprit went through the launch pad 1 door to escape, didn't they?
Yeah! I mean, no! It's accident starboard! We're about to crash into an asteroid!
A master tactician you are not.
But the area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it?
Rude. But this is still the only logical answer there is. If we can just figure out what the director is hiding about the launch pad 1 door, we should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies.
But that door requires a fingerprint recognition! Only Starbuck, Kevin, and I have access! I don't see how the killer could have opened that security lock! Do you?
That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past the security lock. The power was out. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer use this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock.
Take that!
Ratch! Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen. It looks like he does have something to hide about the Launchpad 1 door. I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet.
You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it?
Huh? Oh, yes, by all means, Your Honor.
There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1.
Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor?
If the true culprit escaped into the launch pad 1 corridor, and that might be recorded on the security footage as well, then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic?
Sorry, Your Honor, we tried.
It ain't something.
We tried.
Yeah.
I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your baldness.
I beg your pardon?
Look, if we all play the security footage beyond this point...
It'd just be blind.
Wah wah.
Oh my! The footage cuts off!
The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by an after effect of the explosion. There is no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens.
And I thought I was such a good idea, too.
Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery, it doesn't mean you should try and show off too much. Grandpa Baldness.
Ha! Prosecutor Blackwell! How do you know about my grandchild?
I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world.
Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge?
If I must.
Sadness and anger. Still nothing.
What do you think about Director Cosmos' emotional response to Athena?
Actually, my cat is really sick, you know?
What? Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that.
And on top of that, my dog just doesn't seem to want to play with me.
Why are you telling me all this now?
Just humor me, okay? Now, when you heard about my cat, and then about my dog, which story made you feel sadder?
Sorry about your cat, of course. It's only natural.
Exactly. That would be the natural reaction. There's nothing natural about the director's reactions. I think it's how each individual reaction changes across the whole testimony that will be the key.
Okay. Sounds unnaturally complicated, but that somehow doesn't surprise me. Well, I got nothing to lose, literally.
Got it!
Oh, the music stopped! Director
That's a good guess.
Cosmos.
You done?
Why were you so surprised when Detective Arms found you? And again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural?
Certainly. Even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion.
Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by.
Pardon?
First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were of course again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were just surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reaction? The fact that you were... Well, I got nothing to lose here. Wasn't there something you should have been more surprised by?
A brave man such as myself is not so easily surprised. Being shot by that would surprise anybody.
Well, when you put it that way, I guess I'm barking up the wrong tree. Director... Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arms shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater.
Yeah!
The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than by being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there.
The enemy has acquired a new weapon! Command operations hot under your desk!
Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Damn it!
Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launchpad door.
Whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape.
I wonder what it could be.
If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we can spot some change between before he comes into the room and after.
Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Aha! Let's see. This is the footage of the door before the director arrived. This is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge.
Hey, look at that. There is a change. Something definitely is different. Director Cosmos.
What is it? What have you two been up to over there?
Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you, that's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation.
Don't be ridiculous! If you really have an answer, you put it in already!
He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident. Looky here.
Take that!
The answer is this knob. Your Honor, please take a look at this footage.
Let's see.
Take a look at the knob right next to the launchpad door. As you can see, it's horizontal.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
However, when We investigated the scene of the crime yesterday. The knob was vertical.
And what does that mean?
It means it's sometime between before the director arrived and after. Someone turned this knob. After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, director. Let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door?
I did turn that knob. That knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions, so I wanted to move the launch pad away.
You wanted to... what?
Hey, didn't Paco tell us something about how they prepare for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first.
I guess that's what clears up what that knob is for.
Oh, so if they could have escaped into the launch pad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along the launch pad to the launch site?
I don't think so. Launch pad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor.
So then, where did the killer escape to?
I guess there are still some things we have to recover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail.
Fine! But listen carefully, for I'm about to give a history-making testimony. The director seems driven into a corner now. I feel he's having a hard time hiding his true feelings.
Just one final push then.
His attempts to conceal the truth shouldn't be all that hard for us to break through now. If we keep calmly, I'm sure we can cross this finish line.
You had no choice? Why are you happy about that? I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so, and yet when you did it, you felt some joy as if you were very pleased with yourself.
How do you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there? Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology.
So, can you explain why you felt joy when you disengaged that lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda.
How do you know about that, too?
Because I'm more or less of a pro. Cussing?
But you had no proof that I had a hidden agenda. And even if you did, I would never, ever tell you. So there.
I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake.
And how can you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence!
Oh, he speaks. You, a man of integrity. Don't make me laugh. Prosecutor Blackwell? What came over him all of a sudden? You've spotted nothing but falsity since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatness this bare-faced liar as an honor.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. His words bite harder than his blade. You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions. My, how naive you are. You don't realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend. And here's a thought for you. Immediately following the bombing, Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge one side,
Police confirmed this on the scene. What?
Yeah. So that means the director didn't move the launch pad?
First, my judgment is calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let's leave him to indulge in his lies and war games of his heart
Liar!
Objection!
But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny someone turned that knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we might just find where the killer escaped to.
Ah!
Sure, it must have went somewhere. We just might find out. Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not mad enough to, boy?
Talk about hitting below the belt!
Youngins these days. I don't understand this. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Wait a minute. Maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be? What are you blathering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? And then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot. All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back. And it would be right where the police found it.
Yeah! My hair! You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck.
Was what I said really that off base? It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wonders made their escape. A fact that has been recorded posterity on film is film.
Oh, right.
So, to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy.
Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved.
But our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other.
Well, maybe the two astronauts never really boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with the body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched even for me.
Never actually boarded the rockets. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe.
Huh?
Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place? And what if when the director moved the launch pad back, it wasn't from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Cut the accidental bull, or I'll cut you.
Mr. Wright, you'll explain yourself at once.
I know I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving the Launchpad 1 was to switch it from another place? Because he wanted to switch it with some other place.
I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? Well, what could he possibly have switched the launch pad with?
Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside of the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. The Space Museum?
Take that!
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It all has the same features as Launchpad 1, and can even be moved to the launch site, meaning the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other.
You can't mean...
The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in the Launchpad 1.
It was the one from the Space Museum.
What? Balderdash! The nerve of it.
And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle in consistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident.
I see the launch pad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places.
That's right. And with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter the launch pad 1 from boarding lounge 2. Set the bomb on the rocket.
Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from the boarding lounge 2...
Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Exactly. Anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There's no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted the bomb. After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into boarding lounge 1 and waited there concealed. In order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Miss Blackwell saw Mr. Starbuck and the director all saw the suspicious figure, who, we can suppose, after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. And all he would have to do is just escape. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. Right, Bilbo. I see you know how to handle a sword and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you the Swordmaster Bluff. I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor.
Silence!
But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword.
That's right! You have no proof I switched the launch pads!
Somebody needs a better anger management counselor.
If the launch pads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere.
At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other.
The corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see, this is an image of Launchpad 1 corridor. Do you see anything different when we compare it to the security footage?
That number on the floor. Well, what do you know? It looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Blackwell. And if this is just another bluff... Oh, don't worry, it's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum.
Very well then. Answer this for me if you would. What in this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum?
I never noticed this. Thank you, Phoenix.
Take that!
I would have missed it. There's a 1 on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor in the corridor in the security footage. You see that number on the floor behind the astronauts? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2.
What?
Why is a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum.
And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke.
That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1, on the side opposite the Space Museum. And now that we know the two astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery of the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Terran, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the middle level down, from the upper level down to the middle. It wasn't on fire.
Just incredible. The two launch pads were actually switched. But you think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude?
Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface.
Bye-bye.
No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth.
My honor, my glory, everything is slipping away. It's time to deploy my ultimate weapon, the galactic engine, ignition. What? Stop! Stop! It's my glory. Oh, no. Ow.
How heavy are those doors?
On your street and after this witness! At once! Stop him! I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm.
Director Cosmos, you admit you switched the launch pads?
I admit it's true. I switched launch pad 1 for the Space Museum.
Ah, it's good to hear words that I can believe for a change.
Before you do, Your Honor, 2 things. First, we don't know if Mr. Terran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Terran would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it had been swapped with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Terran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like the director to tell us why he switched the 2 launch pads to begin with.
Please. I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why.
Probably not a good time to try and pry it out of him, huh?
Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badges or rank, I have nothing.
I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say?
I don't get it, man.
Don't get it? What don't you get?
Director, why did you do all of that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us! Mr. Starbuck.
Starbuck, my boy. I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why, but I have to do it to protect the Space Center.
Director!
Will I ever get the chance to go into space again?
Yes. Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy.
And the dream is still alive.
Silence!
Uh-oh, Blackwell, what do you want? You're not going into space, Starbuck. Prison. I won't have it any other way. Why are you so hung up on him? Yes, I accept that the launch pads really were switched. And if there were a third person on the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I have yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the museum.
Oh, that's a good point.
He's right. I don't have any proof. Starbuck, you will spill everything you know.
What? Me? Yeah, dude.
Where? Get those bombs. Tell me now. Don't. My blade shall feast on your blood.
Yeah, man. Ah, if I'm going to die, I want to die in space.
Something. Solomon Starbuck. Prepare yourself.
Zap. Ah! Ha 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 ha! Now you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell.
That annoyingly cheerful laugh. It can be none other than Fulbright.
Champion of righteousness, Bobby Fulbright. Here, in justice we trust. Detective Fulbright? Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late.
I don't believe we had an appointment.
I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady across the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. Tell you, justice, sir, is a full-time job.
Is it a fight between cats, or... You don't want to know. Why are you here again?
Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served.
I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Oh, hello, Hans. Good night.
Fulbright, I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But you finally succumbed.
Nope, but it looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment.
What evidence?
Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence. I didn't think he was serious, though.
So what is it, Detective? Is it something that can prove Mr. Starbuck is innocent?
It is indeed. Have a look at this. Watch this. A lighter? That's right. A lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim Clay Terran's blood, along with the killer's fingerprints on it. What? Gah! Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet! Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent!
This is it. This is just what I needed. Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran, they escaped with the lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. Then finally, the killer left through boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder, a fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence!
But the defense has free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Objection!
You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with a lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back for the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, this lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you'll understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck is not the culprit.
This doesn't appear to be the decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims.
As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume that it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck.
No, there must be some mistake. Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence!
Fool Bright, you promised never to speak of that. Tomorrow? What about tomorrow?
Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed this crime. A few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, not guilty.
Yes! I got the case down!
Yes! We did it, Mr. Wright!
Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright, of all people. Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. And please, thank Apollo for me, too. You all are the best.
Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now.
Yeah, me too, but that's gonna have to wait.
Now that that verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned!
All right, so I can finally say
Objection!
What now, Blackwell? It's too late to object, isn't it? It simply isn't possible. Something is wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict?
Fulbright, what were the results of the fingerprint analysis for that lighter? Huh? The results?
Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and, well, I kind of got carried away when I heard the prints were Mr. Starbuck's, so...
You have yet to read it? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out whose prints they belong to? Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were not found to belong to Athena. So
What? What?
So says the report.
What? What?
Me?
Order, I say! Order! Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this letter can only belong to the killer. So finding your print on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion.
I don't know how that got there, but I know that I'm not the culprit.
She's been with us the entire time. That's not possible. This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece, and I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this?
What have I done? Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying!
What in the world is happening here? It's like the world has gone mad.
Order! Order! I will have order! Blackwell, do the thing!
Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of twisted darkness.
What the
the hell? Well, I was gonna take a day off tomorrow, but Jesus! Okay. Okay. Be sure to make an impact in someone's life today. Make it a great one. I'll see you guys next time, whenever that will be. See you guys then. I need to go clear my head. What the hell?